Hello, hail, and well met. It is time for the 28th installment of our journey throughout the Coronis Expanse, venturing into the story of the Von Valancia's dynasty. This game is really big. Like, we are 28 streams in, we're over 100 hours in, and we are towards the end, I think, of Chapter 2 out of 5. I don't think the other chapters are going to be as massive as Chapter 2 was, but even so, this is a hefty game. It's got girth. But when we last left off, we were exploring a mysterious planet that has relation to an unknown forefather of ours, Seberan, or Siberian von Valancius. We helped some stranded soldiers fight off an evil plant. The regiment had been stranded there for generations. And now we're going to go visit some alien ruins, which I suspect will be Necron in origin, but we will see. So welcome on in. How is everybody? I hope you're doing well. Alright, let's just get straight into it. Tear of Solar. That's right, that's what the system was called. And we are landing on Zarkov, which also has become a new colony of the Protectorate. So here we have the alien ruins. You command the search for the Xeno ruins located at the coordinates in the Vox scribe found near the sarcophagus. Yet the augurs fail to penetrate the tangle of colossal roots. If the coordinates are indeed correct, it can only be confirmed by sending scouts. Hey Fenris! Hey Cotton Candy, welcome on in! It's good to see you. Frag Motor, welcome as well. The scouts report a lengthy search for a safe passage to the given coordinates. The predatory xenoflora greets these uninvited guests with poison and thorns. The Vox scribe spoke true. Deep beneath, nestled at the base of the roots, lie bizarre xenos structures. Alas, gaining entry has proved impossible. The entrance to the Xeno ruins is entangled in roots so dense that even a melter charge has failed to breach them. You command the governor of Zarkov to clear the thickets blocking the path to the site where your legendary ancestor perished. All you can do now is wait. Oh! So I guess that's as far as I could get in the DLC. Now I have to wait. I wonder if it's actual time or if it's just like the DLC will continue in Chapter 3 of the game. I suspect it might be the second one. So with that in mind, I guess all that remains is to travel down and actually face the Drukhari that have been taunting us down in this area. Can we get a cheeky route directly down there? That would be nice. Oh. Yo! Systems I didn't even know were there. Awesome. Celebrate that with a little drink. Cheers!
You gotta unleash the beast with monster energy.
That does sound like quite the cliffhanger, Zahel. I hope an update comes, so you can continue it. The officers on one of the lower decks stopped providing status reports. 3 days had passed since the Vox systems broadcasted anything other than subdued moans and wet slapping noises. An enforcer squad sent to investigate reported that the denizens of the lower level had regressed to animals and succumbed to depravity. The connection with the squad was shortly lost. The High Mission area of the Adeptus Ministorum became flush with fury and condemned these as designs of the archenemy. The hotbed of heresy was cleansed with fire and prayer. And my ship took some damage from that. So let's immediately fix that. Ortis Porta, uncharted system. We've got 5 planets and a space battle. Ooh. Let's go check out the space battle first. Maybe someone needs our help. Our augurs seem to have gone mad, Lord Captain. Every reading contradicts the next, and their data is in disarray. Either this is some new anomaly, or someone really does not want to be found. This is how Asuriani cloaking systems work, Elantak. The ships of my people are unwilling to make contact with outside observers. I believe there are good reasons for this. I have seen such missives before. Typically, they were followed by frightened reports of Eldari attacks. Be cautious, Lord Captain. Xenos, Eldari in particular, like to hide their dark deeds behind such technology, Shireen. Why don't we take a peek at them? Let's try to contact the anomaly. After a few long seconds, an inhumanly melodic voice answers you. Do not come any closer, monkey. You must not interfere in our search. The ancient enemy lies dormant, but we shall find him and claim our revenge. Leave now, or we will be forced to attack. What are you seeking revenge for? For the demise of a great warlord who once clashed with the enemy in this very sector. Cain himself deigned to guide his hand, bestowing his own sword upon him. Yet even that was not enough. I have no desire to face this ancient enemy, whomever it is. How may I help you? Leave, monkey. Well, let's leave. You are surrounded by... Oh. That was a misclick. You are surrounded by a something something. Well, I didn't see any reason to get involved in that. I don't need to be killing Eldar. So let's check out the planetoids and planets of the system before we move on. Ooh, a wrecked void ship. Hello, targeting cogitator, omniprocessor, adamantine. Not bad, not bad. I'm hoping for something a little more exciting on the other planets. Oh? Send an expedition. Let's see what we have here. The planet, riddled with huge tunnels, resembles an anthill of gigantic proportions. Even looking down on the eerie landscape chills the blood. The ship's augurs do not detect any signs of life on the surface. Let's start by scanning the planet. The entire surface of the planet is lifeless grey rock, but the atmosphere is breathable without a void suit. In some deep tunnels, strangely shaped chalky sediments have been found. Alright, let's send an expedition. The scouts wander through the huge empty tunnels for a long time, sending infrequent and mostly uneventful reports back to the bridge, until communication with one of the first groups is cut off. The Vox simply can no longer pick up the right frequency. Alright, dispatch an armed squad to the missing group's location. The armed soldiers nearly shoot the missing team members, who come out to meet them. They also report that inside these tunnels are the remains of a camp, apparently belonging to an Imperial expedition. For several kilometers ahead, the tunnels are filled with time-worn fortifications and ancient weapons and equipment as fragile as glass. The scouts are surprised to find several hastily assembled stone barrows. The people who spent time in these tunnels have probably already found everything they wanted, buried their dead, and left the planet. The grav course. Oh, another enhancement. Gains 1 stack of anti-grav charge for each cell they move. And the number of stacks on the user equals their agility bonus. All of them are removed, and they gain 1 stack of potential energy. But they lose 2 movement points. And then they gain a 0-cost action to gain intelligence bonus movement points. I might put that on, yeah, it says at the top it requires 0 manipulus. I might put that on Eargun, because that'll give him more potential energy. And at the end of it, it will also result in more movement for him. This is augmentation. Eargun. So basically, whenever he moves 3 spaces, he gains an extra stack of potential energy. He loses 2 movement points. Oh wait, hold on. What does slowed do? And that's a once per combat. In that case, I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it. What are the other ones we have? Don't care about that one. Don't really care about that one. Relic augment. Ooh. I'm tempted to put that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put that on Kibela. Install that. Weapon optimizer. Oh yeah. Might put that on him. No, I think I'm gonna put it on there we go. On Pascal. Right, let's keep exploring. That looks like a gas giant. Gas giant, dead world, nothing of interest. Boo! What have we here? Looks a little more interesting. What do we have? A Savannah world. Oh, an Agri world. 5 provisions. Good to know, but I already have plenty of provisions. I'm going to hold off on harvesting that. Is that an ice world? Snow world? Ice world. It's a dead world. But there is... Ooh! Some plasma batteries. Take that. All in all, not bad. Now let's see what we can get when we try to chart from here. Got nothing. Okay. I was hoping to get a route directly there, but I don't think it's worth spending the insight to force it. Trickle of disturbing news came from the Navigator's sanctum over the last few days. Allegedly, there is a vast shadow following the void ship through the depths of the Sea of Souls. Mere hours before emerging in real space, the vessel shuddered. An unidentified leviathan had emerged from the roiling warp, wrapped its tentacles around the ship, and started squeezing, trying to crack the hull like an egg. Trust in the Navigator's talents. The ship's navigator engaged the warp monster in invisible combat by giving orders from the Sanctum Navis. By following the Astronomicon's guiding light and struggling against the mighty alien will at the same time, the guide managed to pry the void vessel from the nightmarish creature's grasp and execute an emergency translation to real space, with minimal losses among the crew and new insights into the nature of warp entities. That gave me two insight. I'm happy with that. Spend one of them here to make this a little safer. Lord Captain, the Master-at-Arms has reported disturbances in the vicinity of the Sector Bionica. You hear the tactfully disguised disquiet in the Voxmaster's voice. The rabble from the lower decks have blocked the exits, demanding that you appear before them. Demand? How dare they? The enforcers await your orders. The ring of steel in Jocasta Sourback's tone eloquently signals her readiness for battle. Give the order, and all those troublemakers will immediately be subdued. What do they want, Victus? According to the reports received, the work of the Medicae officers in the Sector Bionica has caused commotion among the workers. It appears the rabble are seeking access to sacred augmentations. Very well. I wish to go down there and hear what these people have to say. As you will, Lord Captain. Unfortunately, there are not enough augmentations to go around for everyone. So we have to be a little picky with who gets what. It's because I helped that boy? Yeah, it might be. Set for galvanization. Okay, I did not end that tutorial. That tutorial just ended itself. That really annoys me. I have to try and remember to go check that tutorial after this. The noisy procession, smelling of sacred unguents and sweat, falls silent as soon as you appear. Those at the head of the crowd step forward, one of them waving the wrapped stump of his right arm, while another gawps at you with his one eye. The Medicae officers, shielded by a line of enforcers, also stare in your direction. Lord Captain, you came! The one-eyed man hesitates and bows awkwardly. We have a request, a petition, to authorize the augmentation of workers below the rank of junior officer in the Sector Bionica due to the need to increase efficiency of the workforce. He blurts out the obviously memorized words in a rapid stream, then adds peevishly. The vermin don't want to give us iron arms and legs, but we just want to work for the good of you and the God Emperor. A fairly standard start to a mutiny. Solomon appears bored, but the barrel of his shotgun resting on his forearm is casually pointed at the one-eyed man. First they want to increase efficiency, then those who disagree begin to disappear, and now the rampaging locals are already stringing up their own from the nearest girder. to beg for respite from the fate chosen for them since birth. Perhaps we should hold up the Sisters of the Order of the Valorous Heart as an example. They do not even permit the dulling of pain during treatment of their wounds, no matter how grievous. Argenta stopped short, as if shamed by her own severity. Yet, that comparison is unfair to common laborers. Perhaps they truly would benefit from some aid. I want to hear your arguments. Why ought the workers be granted access to sacred implants? The one-armed worker steps forward, pushing the one-eyed man aside. One of the lads, a Voidsman soldier who got his skull crushed, came back to the lower decks after treatment not long ago. With his new metal head, he's working harder than ever. If they let us poor sods put some hardware in, we'd work even better than the healthy ones. We toil day and night for the good of the dynasty. The officers say it's not allowed, but you can do anything, even lift his ban. Be merciful, Lord Captain. Looks like you're right, Niddler. This was brought on by the act of helping that one boy. The request is unacceptable. I predicted that augmenting the Voidsman soldier lifeform above the established baseline would cause the utility lifeforms to develop a distorted perception of their individual value. That is, irrationally inflated. The hiss of the janitor's vox can barely be heard over the murmuring of the crowd. What do the experts from the Sector Bionica think? Of course, such privileges for the lower decks are unprecedented. Yet these people are the lifeblood of the ship, Lord Captain, however low their standing in the social hierarchy. Allowing augmentation in the lower decks will enable workers to toil longer and will help older crew members remain of sound mind and pass on their experience to younger generations. I advise you to grant the request. It will only strengthen your crew. I insist upon rejection of the request. Augmentation is a sacred gift of the Omnisire that requires careful monitoring and maintenance. The Sector Bionica's resources are finite and, as such, our focus must be on servicing the key lifeforms among the crew. Violating the established directive and wastefully distributing the gift of augmentations among the unworthy would be an outrage to the Omnisire and barely tolerated by the tech priests aboard this vessel. I feel like both sides make good points. However, because I am going iconoclast, I am going to be a little extra lenient, and I am going to allow... Yeah, they both just want to allow it. I've come to a decision. I will allow augmentation. The faces of the crowd brighten. Some begin to pray fervently. Others shout out their thanks. The one-eyed man now wipes his nose, and the one-armed man makes the sign of the Aquila. Long live the rogue trader, Theophania von Valancius! The joyous cry is immediately echoed by dozens more voices. The vivisector breathes a sigh. I thank the God Emperor every day for sending us such a merciful ruler. There is no escaping the satisfied look the vivisector gives the genitor. Here we go, now the tutorial's back. Okay. Some augments have galvanization abilities with powerful effects. Only one augment can be set for galvanization, making its ability available in combat. Augments cannot be set for galvanization whilst the character is in combat. In combat, the galvanization icon is displayed on the action bar next to heroic acts and desperate measures. It can only be used once per combat. Using galvanization abilities grants powerful effects, but can also inflict negative effects on the user, making them suffer additional damage, reduce their characteristics, or otherwise penalize them. So So I think the only thing that has galvanization is the grav core circuit, which I didn't like. Yeah, that doesn't have... Does any of this have galvanization? Doesn't seem like it. Does he have anything with galvanization? Oh wait, there's a little icon bottom left to show. No, I don't have anything with galvanization. Other than this one I don't like. Alright. Well, I guess that's that resolved. I'm sure no long-term consequences will come back to haunt me.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
I'll lay claim to the stars. I'd like to lay claim to a boiger, but I don't have any. So that was when we got back to Solar something, right? It's Tear of Soul. Oh no, that got us to Ignis Corona. Alright. Let us explore. Another space battle. Some space dust. Let's start here.
I'm in position and waiting for orders.
Oh, and that just puts us straight into combat. And there are a lot of them. Holy shit. They're only raiders, but still. What is the life expectancy in the year 40,000? That depends a lot on where you are in society. Some in the upper echelons have access to life extending treatments and can live for hundreds of years, whereas a common worker might only live to 40 or 50. Oh, Jesus! That is a heavy cruiser.
Macro cannon, volley. This one's going down. Torpedoes.
thinned them out a little bit. Didn't quite kill it. Is that all of them? Ooh, beautiful.
Another salvo. Onward.
Avoid getting into that warp fuckery.
The time has come. Fire the lance battery. Unleash up.
I'm just refamiliarizing myself with all my abilities because I think I'm gonna need some of them. Alright. Rizu, welcome! Fly into the warp fuckery. Oh, you idiot. Well, I just lost both my escort ships. I'm going to reload if that's a permanent loss.
Lay in the course. This one's going down. Bleed them. Set the course. Micro cannons fully.
Switch that to fighters. Launch fighters. And just the one reinforced shields to the front. Still not in range? No. These guys, however, are in range. Facility scan. Boarding party is unavailable. That would, yeah, will allow me to do that.
Leave their hulls strewn across the stars.
No escape pods detected. No emergency beacon detected. No survivors detected.
I'm just gonna look this up. Okay. So, a quick Google says that when an escort ship is destroyed, it will just show up again for the next battle. I don't have to worry about it. So that's fine then. Do we need any repairs? We do need some light repairs. We want to upgrade our hull. We do want to upgrade our hull to level 9. That was the spiciest space battle I've had so far in this game. Be annoyed if stupid bots. Yeah, it would be very annoying. Especially considering their AI is kind of stupid, so it just flies right into hazards. Looks like an ocean planet to me. No, it is not just an ocean planet. It is Turquoise 4. Which doesn't mean anything, because there are no points of interest on it. Maybe there will be later on, who knows. Let's go check out this space dust. Maybe it's just going to be some fuel. Yeah, it's just going to be some fuel. That's fine. That is definitely a gas giant with nothing of interest. The augurs have detected an unusual anomaly. A planet surrounded by a huge asteroid belt. Seasoned voidfarers say that it was most likely torn apart by tidal forces, and they suggest exploring the rings to obtain useful resources. Absolutely, let's start with the detailed scan. The planet around which the asteroids are orbiting is incredibly radioactive. The closer the shuttles get to it, the more they will be irradiated. The only safe option is to gather anything useful that is far enough away from the exposed core of the ruptured planetary body. Right, send a scouting party to investigate the rings. A short time later, scouts report a cavern-filled asteroid with a giant vein of valuable metal inside. It will be hauled to the flagship immediately. The tech priests serving on the shuttles do not recommend drawing any closer to the core. The death of pilots from radiation will inevitably lead to irretrievable loss of sacred machines. Don't get your pilots killed. It might result in losing machines, which is far more important. 10 phlogiston. That is crazy. Alright, leave the planet alone, apart from that. Shuttles are returning. Voices of the scouts reporting over the Vox are filled with fear and secret relief. Yeah, we're just gonna leave it. I don't want to waste my pilots. It's another gas giant. Very pretty looking one. And finally, this lumpy rock. With a smuggler's cache. Focal emitter. Whenever the user performs a single target attack against a target within a 3-cell radius, they make a burst shot with this augment immediately after. Deals 3 energy damage with 33% armor penetration. Ooh. I think I want to make this exchange. There you go. You now have a laser beam installed in your eye, just like good old Baeli Yorick. Yarick or Yorick? I think it's Yarick. Commissar Yarick. Chart new routes. Nothing. I was hoping for one right here. That's actually quite a few jumps to get here. Because I have to go all the way down to Mundus Valencia. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 jumps. And then that is number 5. So I think that is enough jumps that I can justify being a little lazy and charting a course to here. There was a commotion on lower decks. The chief mutant hunter, who is responsible for eliminating heresy in the hold of the void ship, went mad due to the perilous influence of the warp. The officer climbed the parapet above the central accelerator complex and threatened to jump unless the entire crew immediately submitted to a rigorous examination to uncover physical deformities and unholy perversions. After calculating the time and financial cost of the inspection of thousands upon thousands of crew members and consulting the tech priests about the danger of foreign materials getting into the intake of the accelerator complex, the deranged mutant hunter was graciously allowed to proceed with ending his life in the desired manner. Alright, this is where there should be a cache for us left by the Eldari. Elliot's reward. An unidentified object has been located in the system. The artifact reacts to our transmissions by releasing unknown radiation, most likely of Xeno origin, the cogs are reporting. If you want to get a closer look, we'll need to close the distance between the vessel and the object. Okay. Well, let's start with the stash. And what did we get? A scorpion chainsaw, Eldari armor, and a cloak of shadows. Cloak of shadows might be good for someone. Jai, you can use the scorpion chainsaw instead of one of your weapons. Maybe instead of the ghost sword? Yeah, instead of the ghost sword. You can't use the armor because it's medium armor. Which might mean Elliot also can't use. Elliot can use it. And Elliot is going to use it. Holy shit. Alright, so Elliot. Put on cold blood. What does that do to your dodge? Hold on. Which one is your dodge? So your dodge goes from 111 to 83. I think that is acceptable. Now on Jai. This scorpion chainsaw is going to replace the ghost sword. There we go. And the cape. Cloak of Shadows. So whenever they deal damage with an attack of opportunity, basically their next dodge is automatic. Maybe on him? Yeah. Let's give him that instead. And then what do you have? You have the Mapian Shroud. No, you're gonna keep that. Heinrich's. Yeah, you're also gonna keep that. Alright. Let's save, and let's check out the next planet. Oh, what do we have here? Dead gas giant. Not that interesting. Kind of looks like a moon. An ash world. A snow world with some promethium and... At first it looked like the snowy and desolate planet was devoid of surprises, but the yellow and orange flickering of the lumens and the notifications from the auger system informed the officers there was a small colony that survived in spite of the harsh climatic conditions. All attempts to hail the colony have failed. Right, let's send out a scouting party. The explorers report the dismal conditions of the settlement and its inhabitants. Their skin is translucent and pale, their icy blue eyes see practically no color, their language is rough and guttural, and their stomachs cannot tolerate anything except a stew made from local roots and mosses. And yet, they are subjects of the Imperium, still loyal to the Emperor. They have mistaken your people for his emissaries. What do you mean mistaken? We are his emissaries. Alright, let's see if they can tell us what happened to the world. The local elders woefully reminisced about times long gone. Most of them were still sheltered in their mothers' wombs when the snow first settled on the verdant fields. Hail ruined the crops and frost hardened the soil. Plants and large beasts that could not sustain themselves were the first to go. They were soon followed by birds and other small animals. Most people in large cities perished, unable to warm themselves and their families. They say the governor and his entourage left the world in the first days of winter, taking all the provisions and fuel with them. No one responded to the pleas from this dying world. The stars remained deaf to the messages transmitted by the planet's Vox stations. These abandoned subjects of the Imperium still managed to save the machines and other valuables, but they were of little use without a supply of promethium. And yet, those who survived eventually adapted to the tribulations that the God Emperor had bestowed upon them. Okay, I am going to give them some fuel. I am going to be benevolent. So, give the unfortunate people a gift of promethium and send tech priests to perform the rites of generator maintenance. When the maw of the first generator belched forth a furious roar and black ash started falling from the sky instead of snow, the locals laughed and danced, trying to warm their limbs after decades of cold. They called down blessings upon their unseen savior, a rogue trader from the Von Valancius dynasty, and thanked the God Emperor for the fortuitous encounter. Hey, we got some stuff out of it. The explorer's departure was accompanied by shouts of grateful approval, not to mention their many parting gifts. It's too bad it's on the other side of the planet, because, like, there is a Promethium deposit right here. If I could teach them to extract that, that would be fine. Bit of a cruel irony. Right, let's have a look at this Xeno artifact. What are we dealing with here? Oh, it's one of these. Region, Cinerus Maleficum. Material, internal void ship communication log. Lookout. Bridge, we have an unknown object dead ahead. Not an asteroid, clearly artificial in nature, but it's larger than Footfall Station. Copy that. Report relayed to officer on duty and pilots. Expect visual soon. We have visual. What the f... Lookout. Lookout, this is the Vox Master. I'm adding the pilots, senior officers, and the Lord Captain to this channel. Her Ladyship wishes to assume personal command. Lord Captain, we have requested intel on the object from the Augur Array module, awaiting their response. Clearly all you need to do is tell them to do it and they will figure it out. That is a fair point, Zehel. They seem quite hardy and they seem to have a lot of ingenuity. Lord Captain on the line, what do the augurs show? According to the available data, the object consists of an unknown material foreign to the Imperium. We are registering an unknown class of energy profile. The engine seers are at a loss about how this technology works exactly, but they did specify that the ergonometry suggests that the system is holding an active charge. The object appears ready to do whatever it's designed to do. What is the senior officer's take on this? Van Calyx here. What we see before us is a webway gate, an artifact that Xenos used to get to their sorcerous realm, so to speak. It allows Eldari to get around the sector quickly, and serves as a hideout for their most unpleasant tribe, the Drukhari, whom we have already met. Iliad here. This gate is just like the one you saw on the Lilithan. The children of Assyrian wander the void through such constructs, erected in ancient times. Any ship that passes through such a portal will enter the tangle of paths fathomable to none but my kin. Enough mysteries. We're changing course and moving out. Yes, Lord Captain. Maneuver engines, changing course. Urgent report from the engine seers on the auger deck, detecting an energy spike of an unknown nature. Cogita network overloaded, peripheral systems online. Confirming visual changes. The gate, what is that? Oh no, something's coming through. Lord Captain, we are detecting activity near the object. Observations indicate that the signatures are very similar to ships, Lord Captain. Xenos ships. Fire the sacred ordnance on one of the... fire the sacred ordnance on one of the targets. Demolition test failed. Order received. Executing now. Target has performed an evasive maneuver and shot down the shell. Damn Xenos. Wait, what's that? Lord Captain, alert! Another Xenos ship inbound. Must be a boarding party. What? Where did it come from? It was hiding nearby. It closed in undetected while we were distracted by the construct. It's right by us. It's aiming for the engine modules. Lord Captain, emergency! Confirming contact with the enemy ship in the engine area. Confirm... Oh dear. Looks like we have to repel boarders.
Staying, Glato.
Nope.
This fight is not for you.
We have to fight a space battle. Oh yeah, the ad break started. I will take the break once it gets to my turn. Unless this battle just finishes itself. Ah, more show up. Is this glitched? This seems bugged. Okay, now it got to my turn. Alright, I will be right back. Alright, we're back. See how far does my lance reach? Not that far.
This one's going down.
All clear. Congratulations, Lord Captain.
I don't know why it keeps resetting my escort ships. That definitely seems bugged.
I'm in position and waiting for orders.
Don't think I can reach. No, not even if I arc augury. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to launch some interceptors. They won't be able to reach either, but they will get in a good position to intercept next turn. Rounds left one. What do you mean rounds left one? Oh, is this just a hold out for a certain period of time kind of battle? Well, that was kind of wonky, but, Lord Captain, we've dealt with the void ships of these beasts, but Azina's boarding party has landed on the ship. They're advancing steadily towards the plasma drive. The enforcers are being overrun. They're asking for reinforcements. We do not help them. This filth will destroy our vessel from the inside. Yeah, I'll just go with that party. It's kind of turning into my standard party. Let's go kill some fucking Drukhari.
I must thank you, esteemed Magos. After your intervention, I feel 50 years younger. Both my knee implants are as good as new.
I agreed to help out of respect for the priceless array of augmentations placed in your body. Such sacred creations deserve the best maintenance available.
Yeah, I like that formation. What's taking so long with the engine? The monkey are already here! So I guess this is one of those missions where I have to rush.
I'll adorn myself with your flayed skin.
They're good. They have a billion turns before me because there are a billion of them. Avalot. Actually get Avalot over here. Scowl, you can go here. You can go here. You can go here. You can go here in case they have grenades. And I will stand back here. First of all, Furious Recital. Then get here to cover.
Faith without deeds is worthless. You, my emperor.
Ah, almost killed him, but not quite. I think it's worth it.
As the emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak.
To get a kill.
I'll do it. None can escape the emperor's judgment.
Go. And turn. Blood is making a mad dash for the sapper. Sworn enemy.
Indeed.
And choppy pee pee. Follow up with the shield? No?
At your beck.
Sure. And I guess that.
Just a minor setback.
Cabalite heavy. Oh no, he probably has a blast pistol. Yeah. It's a lot of Blade Masters. It's a little worrying. Alright, Pascal. I am just going to claim perfect spot here. I am going to mark the Blade Master as prey. I'm going to do an AoE shot here. Good damage. Now we're going to put down a trap here. Leaves us with 2. Let's do a Machine Spirit Communion, get everybody buffed, and that will be turn. Egan. It's going to... Can I plasma these 2 fools? I think I can. I can also... Voice of Command on Abelard. And bring it down on Abelard. Allowing Abelard to do this.
I took care of this one.
And then
I will do my duty.
that. Overcharged plasma on these 2 fools. Lovely. I have 4 potential energy. Don't want to use it all on Magna Rail Blast right now. I will... Air of Authority Abelard. And I will take aim on Argenta. Turn. Right, I think Solomon is going to help Pascal deal with these 2. Glyto. Go protect Abelard. Solomon, on the other hand, he's very mobile. Just gonna run up here.
Formation. I'll take it as a priority.
Kill these 2. What did I put in his weapon swap? Oh, right, he has a melee weapon now. The anti-Geneva elves. Yes, indeed. Well, unfortunately for them, they're being anti-Geneva'd by me. Run and gun. Just to start moving back towards the action. And turn. Theophania.
I shall not fear.
Go here. Can I see him? No. But what I can do is bring it down
Too easy.
on Egan, who can then do this. I shall murder the concept of war crimes back into your society. Yes, indeed. And then we finest our Abelard.
From the galvanic cell. A tactically sound approach.
Alright, Glito's following him because it's on protecting duty. Charge this Blade Master. Oh, he doesn't have a lot of health.
At your beck and call. Reduced to dust.
If only I could keep doing charges, but I can't. What I can do... Ah, he's just out of range. Just out of range. Alright. I guess I have to use a gun.
Indeed. At your beck and call.
Oh, I missed. Switch back to the shield. And turn. And turn. And I have a bunch of other stuff to do.
Not a problem.
Oh, that was a mistake. I wanted to use this one
Suits
on
my
him.
purposes.
And turn. Magenta. Just gonna run to here. Is there an enemy right next to my main character? I don't see one. Oh, over there. Yeah, there is. I completely missed that one. Thanks.
Faith
Dash out
without
here.
deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
What the fuck was that shooting? That was fucking pathetic, Argenta. And Abalon.
My place is at the fore.
Gonna hopefully go deal with the sapper.
A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance.
Then we sworn enemy. And then choppy head. Turn. Oh no! 1 damage! Where did he go? He's right there.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
Hello, little bird.
The Omnissiah combat is an equation. Your life is a negligible variable.
You like toxins? Here's some toxins.
Spirit.
Organics damaged. The servant
Move
of the
Egan up
Omnissiah
here.
will not waver.
Because Egan is going to bring it down on Argenta, who can't see this guy, but she does have the wonderful dash ability,
I'll do it.
and from here she should be able to.
As the Emperor commands.
There we go. And turn.
A colossal mistake. Executed. The loss prevails.
A man in an officer's uniform is kneeling and scrabbling around in the mess of blood and dirt on the floor. As soon as you draw nearer, you hear his feverish muttering, "No, no, no. Where is he? Where's my son?" The lower half of the officer's face is grimy with some strange substance, too pale and lumpy to be blood. The officer pays you no attention. His eyes are fixed on the floor. Wait, he's an exceptional officer from Deck 667-3. Not from one of the local clans, which is why I remember him. He helped me bring up the new recruits from the planet. What is he doing here? Why are you here and not on your assigned deck? Something shifts in the officer's expression, and the feverish gleam in his eyes goes out. Tacitus, my boy. Swamp devils dragged him off. I'm where I'm supposed to be. I'm looking for my son. The Emperor's valiant guards came to save my boy. I showed them where the swamp devils dragged Tacitus. I led them right here like they asked. They'll make short work of the nest of those beasts, and I'll keep looking for my boy in the meantime. Mistress, will you help? The man's face contorts in a monstrous grimace, a mixture of pain, hope, and madness. I'll be damned if this officer has a son. Perhaps he did once, but he embarked without any family in tow. He's cracked, the poor wretch. The son is not here. What? The man tries to stand up, but he slips and falls back to his knees. No, there's still hope. Tacitus can't have fallen into the devil's hands just like that. The guards will save him. They have to. The officer's gaze suddenly clears, and he seems to be aware of where he is. His bloodied face slowly stills in horror. Emperor, preserve us. The man sneezes, and the lower half of his face is coated anew in the slime streaming from his nose. The officer casts you a pleading look. What is this nightmarish scene? I was leading the Emperor's guards to the swamp devil's nest across the marshlands of my homeworld. But instead of that, I was showing the way to them? He points at the corpses of the Xenos with a trembling hand. Hallucinations. A heretical mirage. The guards, they weren't very chatty. One of them called me something strange. Monkey, I think. And I heard them talking amongst themselves. Something about seizing the ship. Don't let them through. Through to where, I don't know. Oh, it's coming over me again. Do I have time for this? There's a bomb that needs to be deactivated. You're clearly seriously injured. You must be taken to the infirmary. The man raises his hand as though requesting permission to speak. I don't deserve to live after what I've done. My mind is probably corrupted for good anyway, already. Even now I'm looking at you, and I can see behind you the marsh where Tacitus vanished. I think I hear your son calling you. What? Tacitus! The man laughs weakly, his eyes now fully clouded with madness. Tacitus, my boy, I'm coming! The officer's body slides to the floor and convulses for a time before going still. Despite his agonizing death, the man's face shows no sign of suffering. He had found peace before the end. You bend over the body. Despite the numerous bloodstains on his skin and clothes, the officer had not been seriously wounded. Excuse me. The only noticeable injury is on his face. His nose is disfigured, and a red slimy substance is streaming from it, staining his mouth and chin. Take the body to the infirmary and try to identify the cause of his madness. Right. Now, please, let me deal with this.
Wisdom is a catalyst for knowledge. I possess both.
Right, well, let's defuse it.
Assignment completed.
They've returned to Dagonis. What? Well, let's collect loot. Wait, goods. A long splinter rifle. Take one of those in case it comes in handy. It's just a regular splinter rifle. We don't need no splinter rifles. We don't need Drukarish trash. No Elder Raiders in our system. Hey, Eldar, leave my ship alone. All in all, you're just another Xenos to kill.
Operation successful.
Hillit hears this and reports it to HR. Well, the problem is HR is Heinrichs van Kellogg's, the inquisitorial interrogator for the Ordo Xenos. So she wants to steer well clear of HR. What is this? Neural Systems Graft. User deals more melee damage. Okay, user deals more damage the more traumas he's suffered. And takes less damage. So the more traumas, the more damage they deal, the less damage they take. Interesting. I want to avoid traumas the best I can, though, because I feel like they're absolutely crippling. HR department. It's the Heinrichs Racism Department. But it's okay because it's space racism. I guess we're done here. So what does it say? Blades in the Void. Rendezvous set up by the Xenos turned out to be a trap, just as expected. Rogue Trader must return to Dagonis immediately to regroup and clarify the situation. Okay. Let us get to the bridge. Oh, I missed some stuff. None of it particularly interesting. Oh, what do we have here? Cabalite armor. Nope. Your ladyship. Your ladyship. We're on board, my ladyship. Ha ha. Alright, we're not done here. Still have this Hulk we haven't explored. Ship components, okay. Okay. So we're going here to go back to Dagonis, but we want to explore these two systems before we do it. I have an urgent message from Dagonis, Lord Captain. Our astropaths are receiving numerous transmissions. But no, these aren't ordinary messages. Each and every one is a plea for help. Dagonis is reporting a massive Xenos raid, and every mental image transmitted is wreathed in flame. The astropathic choirmaster is struggling to determine when exactly the invasion began, but all signs point to it happening shortly after your departure to the Cinerus Maleficum. Any delay condemns the world to even greater suffering. Your people are begging for immediate aid. God damn it. Alright. I guess we're not going to continue exploring this. 'Cause somebody can't keep the aliens at bay. Guess we'll come back and check that. Your Ladyship, the esteemed Janitor Ferenc requests a Vox audience. It concerns Manipulus Febris and the experiments he is conducting in the Sector Bionica. The Janitor speaks rapidly, his words almost merging into an indistinct buzz. Lord Captain, operations in the Sector Bionica has practically stalled. Janitor Extremis Eogan Febris is unilaterally experimenting with this implementation throne, drawing the motive force from the compartment's circuitry, and thereby hindering proper administration of the augmentation rite. Any idea what exactly he's doing there? Analysis. Insufficient data. A high influx of the motive force to the Sector Bionica's implantation throne has been detected. Violations of the Catechism of Maintenance and Operation have been recorded, along with restricted access for other tech priests. However, the rank of the lifeform designated Eogan Febris is too high to be impeded without intervention from the lifeform designated Lord Captain. Attesting. According to the logs of the Sector Bionica systems, Janitor Eogan Febris is undertaking unauthorized use of the implementation throne, contrary to its designated purpose. Recommended sanctions: imposition of a technopenance combined with temporary rank reduction. He is playing with death, in fact, Your Ladyship. He keeps trying to catch it, but it always runs away from him and flies over his shoulder. But it will never leave him completely. I thought I was cracked in the head, but no, that tin can must have bigger problems than me if he can't decide whether to live or die. Right, heading there immediately. We will be waiting, Lord Captain. Omnissiah's blessing. It's never possible to just focus on one thing. There is always another fire that needs to be put out. The implantation throne stands before you in all its glory, illuminated with discharges of the motive force. A massive body is laid upon it, and it takes you a moment to recognize it as Eogan. What was his voice like? Nuncius, I am in complete agreement that any interference with the function of the galvanic abdomen will lead to acute hypertension. But I have the situation perfectly under control. A fatal outcome has been excluded as a possibility. Eogan stares intently at the vid screen attached to his neck. All his body cavities have been carefully opened. You watch the crimson-pink lump of his augmented heart as it beats in his chest, and you see the faint flickering of his galvanic cell through the whitish film of his peritoneum. Yes, Nuncius, I am sure. Now propitiate the motive force with the offering of the second galvanic hymn, conducting the rite of voltage multiplication, 10% steady, 20%. Eogan's eyelids close, and his head drops limply onto his chest. A moment passes, and the janitor draws a shuddering breath and startles back to consciousness. 20% hypertension, momentary loss of consciousness. The motive force is surging uncontrollably. Additional portocaval shunts are required to propitiate it and compensate for the excess pressure. Well then, you were right, Nuncius. Abdominal extraction is impossible. This is an incontrovertible fact. Fascinating. I've never seen such operations performed on oneself before. Eogan smiles through the pain. I must assume that you have never met a janitor of my caliber, rogue trader. The procedure is utterly trivial if one observes the rituals of vivisection and the operational covenants of the Omnissiah. Is this some kind of tech priest self-torture? Not at all, rogue trader. I am careful to ensure that my pain level never exceeds borderline values. My objective is not to harm myself, but to learn. Should you break yourself, I will not fix you. I appreciate your concern, rogue trader, but the experiment is completely under control. Moreover, Nuncius is carefully monitoring my condition. If you'll excuse me, I'll be able to continue our conversation in just a moment. Several manipulators dive inside Eargun's gaping abdomen, extracting from its depths a small lump of maroon-colored flesh. You see the janitor's skin rapidly pale to parchment white. The only thing now keeping him conscious are the discharges of motive force crackling through his body. Splenic extraction. Nuncius, this is truly fascinating. Blood flow has slowed, the load on the main arteries has fallen dramatically. I classify my current condition as pre-mortem, viability minimal. Your methods are highly original, Eargun. What experiment are you conducting? I'm currently engaged in a study of determinacy in the existence of amalgam individuals. Your presence will no doubt enliven the discussion my dearest colleague and I are having as I work. You have caught Nuncius and me about halfway through our disputation. Determinacy in amalgam individuals. Wait, is this related to your previous experiment? Naturally. This is part of my oath on the quest for knowledge, just as the creation of the Trias Amata was. But I have taken a different approach in my current experiment. Well, what knowledge are you seeking this time? Does it warrant this self-excavation? I am seeking the limit, rogue trader. The limit that ferrum sanctum can withstand, but living tissue cannot. I am trying to perceive the extent to which reverse augmentation can be accomplished without killing the recipient. And I myself, as the bearer of a large number of implants, am the ideal specimen. Why would you reverse someone's augmentation? The gifts of the Omnissiah come at a price, one that not everyone can pay. Their machine spirits can rage and reject the flesh in which they have been joined, causing pain or even indescribable agony. Sometimes the only way to end it is to extract the augment, which often carries the risk of death. My objective is to find a way to mitigate this. A highly unusual goal for a tech priest. In the eyes of the servants of the Omnissiah, human life rarely outweighs the value of augments. Something must have propelled him down this path in the past. I still think it relates to Nuncius. Nuncius was his friend who died, and that lays the foundation for much of his personality. Ooh, nice pillage, Nittler. And you found a dried-up fruitcake. Congratulations. The work of the Sector Bionica is suffering because of your research. Oh, as soon as I obtain the answer to my questions, I will rise from this throne and restore the motive force to the compartment, rest assured. And now I beg another pause, rogue trader. I must excavate the heart implant. Nuncius, kindly monitor the functioning of the atrioventricular node, if you would. One of the flexible mechadendrites dives deep into Eargun's chest, carefully extracting the augmented heart. The throne's machine spirit instantly erupts in a cacophony of alarms. You count no less than 30 beats of your own heart before the pulsing organ is returned to its owner's chest. The ashen shadow of death slowly leaves Eargun's face. Praise the Omnissiah! Nuncius, this is what we've been searching for! A 30-second interval is optimal for removing the organ without causing dysfunction. It is impossible to tell whether the servo-skull shares his colleague's excitement. Risks of a fatal outcome? The risks are negligible when what is at stake is crossing the limit of death itself. Both of my attempts to create a Trias Amata have failed, and so it is necessary to apply a different methodology. He turns his clouded gaze to you. Your thoughts on this matter interest me greatly, my colleague, so let them flow freely. You mentioned 2 attempts. There was another Trias Amata? Deftly deduced from my deliberate vagueness in my last thesis. Eargun tries to smile, but winces in pain as the throne's manipulators, obeying the will of the ancient machine spirit, begin to return all the extracted implants to their previous positions. You are correct. The one you and I created was the second attempt. The first was the starting point that whetted my thirst for the mysteries of the machine that is the organic body. A most fascinating story. Nuncius's telling of it is most engaging. Nuncius's account remains a mystery to you, safely hidden behind the grin of your interlocutor. His energy flagging, Eogan sighs. Yes, Nuncius, perhaps the story is indeed too long for our current circumstances. But enough of the lyrical digressions. I've since made significant progress in understanding the wisdom of the Omnissiah, and the failure of both triosomia procedures will remain merely another setback on the path to comprehension. Alright, elaborate on your thesis, Eogan. Why is vanquishing death so important to you? Because if a machine is functional and multifaceted as the human organism ceases to exist, all practical meaning of it is destroyed. Eogan's large hands grip the edges of the implantation throne, their knuckles white. And I have dared to fathom ways of prolonging life precisely to preserve that meaning. The operational limits of organics can be overcome. The annihilation of flesh and mind averted, and function raised to the absolute. Death is what sustains the Imperium. This is true. He glances at the servo skull. But life is what propels it forward. This is an incontrovertible fact. I would like to hear Nuncius's position. The servo skull is silent as always. Yes, dearest colleague, you are certainly correct in asserting that death is the natural and inevitable cessation of life processes. The janitor presses his lips together. But that is not why the Omnissiah granted us the gift of reason and the ability to comprehend existence so that we humans would submit to the natural way of things. You accept death as a fact, but I believe such fatalism is incomprehensible to a servant of the Omnissiah. Do not machines strive for eternity in his image and likeness? Alright, well, I shall share my thoughts. Eogan nods briskly, sparing a look at the lines of data running across the data slate. The mechadendrites, bristling with needles, begin to rapidly stitch together the wounds on his body. It's not worth it. You can try to prolong existence indefinitely, but after a certain point, such existence can scarcely be called life. Eogan frowns, pensively tugging at a piston on his beard. You differentiate between the concepts of life and survival. But where do you draw the line? Can anything outweigh the desire to live at all costs? I admit I have not considered the question from such a perspective, but your strength of will impresses me. Perhaps I should show some fortitude as well, and consider my hypothesis from a different angle. A triumphant, binaric hymn pours out of the implantation throne's vox transmitters, interrupting the manipulus's musings, signaling the completion of the procedure. Eogan's anti-grav generators stir to life once more, and the janitor floats smoothly into the air. It appears that the gory experiment he just performed on himself has had no catastrophic consequences. Nuncius rises after him, a silent shadow. And so the experiment is complete, and I deem the outcome wholly satisfactory. Eogan folds his arms over his sizable stomach, giving you a polite bow. Thank you for your so timely arrival, rogue trader. You have given me food for thought that will occupy my unquiet mind for a long time to come, and will surely grant me many revelations in the future. Now, I must return to the laboratory and discuss the results in detail with Nuncius. Okay, Eogan. Bye. You fucking freak. Back to the bridge. Let us make haste to Dargonus. And then we'll have to come back this way and explore later. How far away can you force paths? As far as I can tell, pretty far. Is that Iliad?
Something of interest.
Over here, Celestial Eye. Gains more hit chance and critical damage the higher Veil degradation is. Interesting. Oh, a slith. I don't know why the game put me in here. To talk to Iliad, I suppose? Taking careful steps almost without a sound, Iliad examines the study's interior, raising her brows in surprise and muttering something to herself in the Eldari tongue. Iliad, what a pleasant surprise to see you here. I had no idea this was your dwelling until I entered it. Eldari turns her emerald gaze to you. It seems she is completely unfazed by your sudden appearance. On my craft world, we all held to a simple custom. You may set your foot wherever your path requires. Sacred ground was the only exception to this rule. Is there something sacred in this room, Elantak? Iliad looks around the room. I do not think so. For humans, trespassing is akin to an insult. Did I ever think I would encounter this again after Crudarach? Iliad laughs sorrowfully. Stiff, meaningless rules and condemnations for overstepping lifeless boundaries. It weighed so heavily upon me, back then. But is your entire world contained within this tiny metal cage, Elantak? Your ship, these chambers, they are but a speck of dust, an island. A temporary shelter in a world that is far bigger and more expansive than that. Well, enough of that. Now that you're here, I wish to speak with you about our agreement. I've traveled through the Veil many times inside your steel-winged bird, and every time her voice torments me, trying to drive me mad. Iliad stares through you, unconsciously touching the spirit stone on her chest with a trembling hand. Her whispers fill my ears each time I enter the warp. Inescapable and incessant, poisoning and inflaming every single emotion and thought, making them uncontrollable. I have learned to shut myself off as best I can, just so that I might have the chance to search for what I have lost. We found everyone we could, Elantak, and all of them were dead. Hopelessness and despair gleam in Iliad's eyes. Her voice breaks treacherously. But the thread of fate is broken, and I no longer know how to help my people. I failed to save anyone, and I failed to learn the truth about Crudarach's demise. I have lost my way, and I thought you were the only person on this entire ship who might understand. I was not wrong to think so, was I? For a moment, a sad smile flickers on Iliad's face, and her voice rings with agonizing doubt. No matter what you tried to keep your promise, even if your species loves to stamp out any life form they find undesirable. Do not give up. You will find what you're looking for. What is this, Elantak? Consolation? What do you... Iliad's words are interrupted by a strange sound, similar to a stifled sigh. A gaze trained upon something past you. Turning around, you see what has caught her attention. An odd, unsightly shard of porous material, mounted on the wall like a trophy. Oh, I'm guessing that's Wraithbone. An entire kaleidoscope of emotions play across her face, changing too quickly to catch. She sighs once more, and then her feelings are concealed behind an impenetrable, impersonal mask. What is this, monkey? Elliot's voice sounds unusually cold. I don't know. Let's have a look at it. The strange shard has been here since at least the day of your ascension to the rogue trader's throne. Looking closely, an odd thought nags at your mind. It may be disfigured and corroded by some unknown power, but it vaguely resembles Wraithbone, a material crafted by the Eldari. Is this a piece of something Eldari? So you do not even care enough to know what objects adorn your dwelling. Truly? Iliad lets out a thin, sorrowful sound, then cuts herself short, going as still as a statue. Enough. I have lingered here too long. From now on, I will avoid entering places you would prefer to keep hidden from me. Well, that didn't go very well. So we're going to skip exploring this system and go directly to Dagonis. Oh no! Drukhari void ships! Better save. Here I come to save the day! Hopefully.
For the glory of the dynasty!
3 enemies. I am guessing more will show up. Okay, so we have a destroyer, the destroyer, and a light cruiser. Oh, it's aliens! Alright, so let's just slowly move ahead. This is as slow as we can go. Even if I go too further... Even if I go too further and I activate Orc Augury, I still won't be able to reach. However, I might be able to reach with my bombers. Nope, I overestimated their speed. They don't have a lot of range. Should have launched fighters instead. My escorts can handle those. so speedy. Okay. We launch fighters
Unleash on
to go deal with their bombers.
onward. Macro cannons volley.
If I do this, it will let me do this.
Fire the large batteries.
Another notch on the macro cannon.
This one's going down. Fire right now.
What are you gonna do, Mr. Destroyer? Do some damage to my Imperial Escort. Do a little bit of damage to the Heartless. Go just 2 spaces forward.
Lead them.
And then beam. Ooh, what is this? Hecutor pattern plasma battery. Still not as good as Fangs of Janus, I think. And save, because that went really well. Does my ship need any repairs? Yes, tiny bit of repairs. Then we save. And then ads are about to start, so before we land on Dagonis, we will take a quick break and I will be right back. Alright, we're back. Let's see what is going on Dargonus. Completed Shield of the Emperor. What was that again? I feel like that was completed
Reactor
long ago.
Online. Sensors online.
Hello, Juggernaut.
Weapons
Welcome.
Online. All systems nominal.
Leave Idira. I feel like Heinrichs needs to come for this. As much as I like Egon. How goes the day? It's going very well. Except my capital world is under attack by aliens, so we're trying to deal with that. Usual day at the office. Pretty much. Let's just level up Heinrichs before we move forward. It's only one level, so it shouldn't take long. He gets a talent. I am... Let's see. Nah. Let's just get Edge of Dawn. Edge of Dawn is pretty good. Change up our formation here. Something like so. Hey Kiptilos, welcome! Clementia is looking a little disheveled, but her appearance otherwise remains unchanged. Her steely gaze and tightly pressed lips speak of perfect composure. Praise the throne, your ladyship, you're here! You made it to Dargonus before it could be devastated by the Drukhari, so that did matter. Your subjects need you now more than ever. Dargonus has been hit by a massive Xenos attack. The fleet's resistance was broken in mere hours. Then the invaders commenced a planetary raid. The planetary defense forces were able to hold the inner perimeters of several cities. 2 of the attacks were stifled on the approaches to settlements, but the fights continue. Here as well, in the Von Valancia's palace. Lady Wasserian, where is Achilles Scalander? I thought I'd see him here by your side. The secretary's exact whereabouts are unknown, but under normal circumstances, he hardly ever sets foot outside the palace grounds. I'm sure you realize what this could mean. I received a message on the arbitrator's Vox frequency. They are successfully defending the spire entrusted to them. Even if all Dargonus falls, that place will hold. I pray to the God Emperor that the Adeptus Arbitis will repel the enemy and have time to aid the other parts of the hive. The Drukhari are after living victims above all else. Why would they waste their forces assaulting the palace when they could be storming another city? Alas, I don't know the answer, your ladyship. When the Xenos attacked the palace, they sent a force so great that the increased warden presence and the defense perimeter were wiped out in minutes. By the throne, whatever they're looking for in there, they've spared no troops to get their hands on it. Well, I need details. What's transpired so far? The attack began a few hours before dawn over the capital. They first attacked the fleet. We received boarding calls right before we lost communication with the crews. Their sacrifice wasn't for naught. The ground troops had the time to start mobilizing, and the civilians went on to organize the defenses. Several hive cities managed to hold their perimeters, others sustained greater losses, and 2 cities were completely devastated. Our intelligence still knows nothing about the fates of millions of people. There's a high likelihood that we've lost them forever. Begin a detailed assessment of the damage as soon as we're done here. Indubitably, as soon as the situation on the planet stabilizes. In addition to our own territories, serious damage was done to the Adeptus Administratum department stationed on Dagonis. I hope this won't lead to any kind of accusations against House von Valancius. Where is Governor Drivestem? The governor is currently protected within a well-fortified bunker, as are the heads of the other noble houses. Clementia grinds her teeth audibly. Still, each family has provided all available resources to the defense of Dagonis, or rather, the defense of their respective regions. What's the current situation? The PDF is in the process of exterminating the enemy forces on the planet. Extra batteries have been assigned to the assault on the palace, but without a strike force that could make it inside, we won't break their resistance. I have a feeling that the palace is the anchor point of the enemy's raid. Our Vox engineers are registering unknown signals coming from your residence to other areas of the planet. The scum must have set up a control center inside. We take out their command, and will weaken their peripheral forces. Alright. It's time to crack some alien scum. Those alien bastards are gonna pay for shooting up my palace. Like the entire nobility except Clementia are lesser than Janus? I'm not sure exactly what you mean, Sans. With awe and gratitude, I transfer the command of the ground operation over to you, your ladyship. The local troops are at your service. I beg of you, save Dagonis. I made one mistake. They attacked my home planet. Oh? Oh shit! Aliens! Seems to have settled in their bunkers. Generous when shit hits the fan. Oh, true. Yeah. I like Generous Danrock. He is a cool dude.
Fatality.
Follow my lead.
So now I'm storming my own palace.
In the entire history of the von Valancius Protectorate, there has never been an attack on the capital world.
I am sure the arbitrators already have their hands full exterminating Xenos on the other spires. Then I will do my part here. We won't let Dagonis fall.
Die, inhuman scum!
I will revel in your pain.
Okay, we're looking at 8 of them. 3 over here. 4 up here and 1 over here. Alright. So I am going to assign Solomon to dealing with these guys over here. I am going to hang back. Abelard here. Heinrichs is going to join Solomon. In fact, that'll do. Yeah, I think that'll do. Battle start. Solomon one goes first. He's standing here. He can shotgun all three of them. So let's open this hard. Who's tougher? The Hecatrix. Gleito!
Plato, we're undertaking this task.
Apprehend!
Get the truth. Reflect the pay.
Go. Then we
Understood.
concentrated fire. Then we Grisly Adjudication to put some bleed on them. Then we run and gun. And then we just do a regular rending shot.
Target eliminated.
That one guy dodged. And then we... Stalwart defense.
I'll take it as priority.
Now Argenta... That looks good to me.
Rejoice in battle.
Furious
That
Recital.
is for the weak.
You get to be my prey. See, I'll need 2, so I have only 1 to work with. So I will...
Faith
Call the
without
bold.
deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Run and gun. And do that again.
I'll do it.
This time he's hit. Oh my god! Argenta, please! Right, dash
As the
back.
Emperor commands, I act.
Haha, I dodged.
Is the reward.
It's fine. Can have Argenta come down here and help.
Moving out.
Reflect the pay.
Ooh, good job, Warden.
Is my treat.
Ah, you fool.
Exemplary strike.
You made the critical mistake of attacking Abelard Wersarian.
I must not falter.
Okay, so that's already dealt with over there. Which means Heinrichs
On our side.
is gonna go play spoiler over on this side. Ah, too far. Alright, charge to here. And let's see. Let's endure. Let's iron arm ourselves. See, I need 1 to attack. Unless I want a Psychic Force. I do want a Psychic Force, so that leaves me with 1 left. So I will Enfeeble. Then we Psychic Force. Good chunk of damage. And... don't know why it won't let me do... oh, here we go. Word of the Emperor. Word of the day.
Let's see to it.
There we go. And then Shield
But
of the
of
Emperor.
course, Lord Captain.
Then Hammer of the Emperor.
The war is raging.
We taking enough damage for Light of the Emperor? No, not really. I'm gonna save that one. Right, turn. Abelard. You could stand here, please.
Tactics are the best ones. One fewer target.
Good job.
Victory is imminent.
Take this guy in, cut him down. Draw. And turn. I've run out of monster.
Who thought that was a good idea?
Oh, let's save that. You have a lot of life left. Okay. Well, you are now my prey. And this will guarantee a critical, right? So we'll guarantee a critical. Perfect spot. Call the bold. Hey, congratulations, Juggernaut. And this should do a nice chunk of damage. It says I will do 246 to 301 damage. Holy shit balls. Get evaporated, Xena scum. Do I have the range? I don't. I'm gonna put a trap here just in case he tries to bypass Heinrichs and go up to my main character. Heinrichs, serve me. Heinrichs, voice of command. Heinrichs, break their ranks. Good job, Heinrichs.
Say a little bit of humility never hurt anyone. I help others better themselves by wholeheartedly humiliating them at every step.
Loot, 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 loot. Ooh, what are these? Hekatari blades? I don't want a bunch of those. I think I'll keep 2. Hecking Hekataris. Alright.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Before we go any further, I am going to AFK. I'm not even going to put AFK on. I'm just going to step away and grab a monster. Time me. This will take about 40 seconds. And back. And cheers!
Mr. Anderson, welcome back. We missed you.
Alright, let's save. And let's head into the palace.
Victory awaits!
Barely 30 seconds. Hey, I'm getting better.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Give this man
better
first aid.
myself through my service.
Easily done.
Oh my god, they left someone alive and wounded? And then they put a mine under him. Oh, that is mean. That is so mean-spirited. That is definitely a breach of some kind of convention.
It's about time. See? Right there.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Henrix, you are my specialist in this shit.
That was a problem for you.
Giggle like 8-year-olds.
The Inquisition taught me
Geneva doesn't exist. No, Geneva hasn't existed in many, many years.
You seem a competent officer, Viserion. It is all the more strange that your subordinates lack discipline. Yesterday, 3 visitors more than the maximum limit were permitted on the bridge.
You would be better served keeping a closer watch on your dog, rather than the people on the bridge. There are as many of them as the Lord Captain requires. Not one more.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Ooh. When Tazara notices you, her face contorts into a mask of rage. The Drukhari's lips stretch into a predatory grin that bears no trace of her former haughtiness, only the promise of pain. You, malformed monkey, putrid vermin! You will pay for every moment that I have spent on this pitiful planet. Aren't you glad to see me, Tazara? Oh, now that you have finally arrived, I am filled with anticipation. The anticipation of skinning you, impaling you on hooks, and making you dance for mine and the Archon's amusement. Tazara's shriek drops to a hiss. I suspected that you and that true-born cur were working together. He did not make me and my sisters linger here on a whim. He had a reason, and that reason involves you. Yes? Is that it? Tell me. Just nod so I can stand before the Archon and accuse him of treachery and compromising the raid. Squabbles between false allies is the favorite sport of the Drukhari. After torture, that is. Heinrich sounds pleased. He's clearly enjoying the sight of the Xenos rage. What if I say yes? Then I will say that I have had enough of others' games. Sisters, praise the muses. Okay. 20 enemies. Bunch of guys up here. Nobody up here. Bunch of guys over here. Okay. So I wanted to go there. I don't want to go there because I don't want to get overwhelmed by these, so I'll take the half cover here. Abelard, of course, is going to take point. Then I think Heinrichs is going to deal with these guys. Beto might as well start in cover. Pascal. All the way up there? A little risky, but we'll risk it for a biscuit. Solomon gets to go first. Who gets to go? This guy and the heavy all the way back there. And then Abelard gets to. Then Abelard gets to move. So Abelard's gonna charge right in there, so I think... Yeah, I think we go aggressive.
Got a job to do, Glato.
Got a job to do, Glato. Okay, so I'm going to... see, so that is 2, 3, 4. So I only have one more point to work with. So Glato advanced tracking. Glato apprehend.
Waste of time.
This guy.
Let's test our skills, Glato.
Ah, I couldn't make it. What a shame. Okay. Concentrated fire. Shotgun these two fools.
I'll show you the real pain.
And run and gun. And shotgun these two fools again.
No heretic escapes punishment.
No kills, but I think the bleed is going to finish this guy off. It's not going to finish this guy off. I'm worried about that heavy. Good job. Now, Abelard, I just want Abelard to go straight for the leader.
Lesson learned.
Sworn enemy, Tazara. Just a regular strike.
It will be done.
And I think I just endure. My last action point.
That death won't be easy.
That's fine.
Let me educate you on the art of pain.
Just spend his entire turn taking drugs. Drove him out of cover. Position. Mark you as prey. We are going to call the bold. We are going to piercing shot. We're going to overcharge my plasma and take away most of your life. And then, just to be a fucking pain, I'm gonna throw a trap there. That's gonna be really annoying. And turn. Argenta.
God Emperor, move through me.
Just gonna
Be
move
the
a little bit
fire in my
forward.
heart.
Spray these guys. Yeah, I think we just do this.
Faith without
It's pretty good.
doubt is for the weak.
One and gun, and then we can do
As the Emperor
call the
commands, I act.
bold. Do that again.
Grant you the prayer.
Take one more off the board, nice. And turn.
My mastery is unsurpassed.
Score. Let's make it quick.
You gonna take some drugs as well?
Who thought that was a good idea? Lesson learned.
Oh, Abelard. Oh, I love my Abelard. Just standing there, tanking everything.
Naturally.
This has no right to
I won't
exist.
object to it.
Do I want to do the heal as well? No, not quite the time for it. Right, Iron Arm yourself.
For the throne's glory.
Enfeeble this guy.
Of course, Lord Captain.
Charge him. And then a regular strike should kill, right? You oh, lopped off his head even. And endure. And we'll probably have to tank these guys, but that's fine. End turn.
Let's get to it. Hold on.
Now Tifania. Wants to go up here. Pascal, serve me.
Suits my purposes.
But I'm going to use voice of command on Abelard, break the ranks on Abelard so he gets a free attack on Tazara. And that counts as an opportunity attack. Then I'm going to use bring it down on Pascal. Pascal is going to do an overcharged AoE attack, taking some damage in the process, but also removing those 3 threats from the board, so I think that was worth it. And then he's going to Medicae Mechadendrite himself. And there we go. Put down another trap. Just to be a dick to those guys. That is his turn, and I can fire a shot. Let's just put some damage into Tazara. Which I think doesn't... Yeah, it's not toxin. But Tazara is bleeding, so I think Tazara dies when his turn comes up.
Here we go.
My soul hunger beckons.
Out of my way.
Out of my way.
Brace yourself, Avalon.
Oh, those traps. Advanced tracking. Plato, apprehend this
We're
fool.
undertaking this task.
Now he's got a dog in his face. However,
Hold the
I am
formation.
moving through here. Concentrated fire. Grisly adjudication to put some bleed on these 2 fools. Oh well, on the one that survived. And
Frat prior.
let's do firearms mastery.
It won't take long.
Oh, I didn't get him. Oh well.
Accepted. Executed.
And that's turn. Ow.
Another scar for my collection.
Duty go hand in hand. At your beck and call.
Abelard, sick him.
Oh, there's a naval service. That was barely a challenge.
Good job, Abelard. And then I guess
Will be done.
endure, and that's going to be it for Abelard. Pascal. I move him to here. Mark both of these fools as prey. Activate piercing shot.
Approved.
And call the bold. And then do my AoE attack.
Successfully terminated.
Yeah, that was successful. And then in case this guy tries to run, Put down another trap. Argenta.
Guided by faith. I'll do it.
Recital. Dash. Over
Faith
here.
without deeds is worthless.
Turn.
I won't go down easy.
Then Calyx.
Let's see to it. I'm done with this one.
Deal with these two. And endure. Tiffania.
Let's see how they respond to this. Nothing
That's
I
the
can't do.
advantage. See if I can over-penetrate and take both of these out in one shot.
Of value has been lost.
There we go. Exactly what I was hoping for. What's left? This guy. Wait. This guy. Oh, there's this guy, right. Can't really do anything to him. I'll just, if I can, I'll assign him as an objective. And then what I can do...
I am fear incarnate.
Let's do that.
Mark the target.
And I do double slug.
I'll take it as we are one less.
And... that's all. And that's all.
Let's make it quick.
And now all we have left are two enthralled normal humans who are definitely in over their head. Oh my god, there were turrets I could have activated if I'd been more perceptive. I'm just gonna cycle through to the people who are actually in a position to do anything.
True progress beyond desire condemns you.
I won't object.
There we go.
Remember, innocence proves nothing.
See about releasing the prisoners. Oh, I also leveled up from that. Nice. Very nice. Also gonna have a shit ton of loot. Ooh, Bloodthirster. That would be Tazara's private weapon. Each hit decreases the target's weapon skill, ballistic skill, strength, toughness, and perception by 5, and it stacks. That is gross. Oh my god. That is offensive. Pascal? Activate the turrets. What happened? I found a weapon that every time it hits an enemy, it reduces their weapon skill, ballistic skills, strength, toughness, and perception by 5. And that stacks, so as long as you keep hitting an enemy, they just keep getting shittier and shittier. And I am just very impressed with the weapon. Unfortunately, I don't have anyone who use a two-handed melee weapon, but that does seem amazing. It seems like an amazing weapon. Alright, so before we head inside, time to do some leveling up. Starting with our main character, Teophania. We get a characteristic and a common talent. I will take toughness. And I will take... Do I have anything that improves movement? Yeah. I will take you, go on. Now Abelard. He just gets a common talent. Could give him 5 more toughness. Let's do that. Pascal. Common talent. Nah. Ooh, that's fun. Oh, that's fun. Right, so I will do... I don't know. Let's do Fires of the Forge. It's basically become immune to fire. You... Ooh, yes! Abita's physical training. I like that. Argenta... No... Sure. And Heinrichs... Let's do Enforce Reality, that's going to be helpful. Alright, and then we are ready to go inside. However, it hasn't quite been an hour yet, but I actually really need to pee. So even though ads aren't supposed to start for another 13 minutes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go pee and run the ads early just to get them out of the way. And then we continue into the palace. So don't go anywhere. I will be right back. Alright, we are back. And it will be over in just a few seconds. So let's take the time to save, because I don't remember if I did that. Oh, you got a fresh injury somehow. Interesting. I wonder what that came from. All right, in we go.
Shall stand in my way.
Oh, we missed some loot. All right, who dares stand in my way as I reclaim my palace? Got a servitor walking around. I wonder if I can get any actionable intel from him. He is unharmed, completely indifferent to the carnage unfolding around it. Jump over, athletics check. Guess they're not looking for anything down here. Alright. Up we go.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Some more Drakari loot. My private chambers.
Cast your eye there.
Oh, traps.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Got us a melted charge, not bad.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Oh, hello. Stop executing my enforcers. Takes time and money to train those guys. Hey, was he hiding under the table? Okay, there's basically no cover to be had. So we're just gonna go in pretty hard. She can get some cover. Can you move there? No, probably not, actually. Avalon right out in front. This with Heinrichs. Go ahead and charge them. Solomon there. Where's Pascal? Definitely not back there. Beastmaster. Beastmaster? Does that mean they'll be summoning beasts?
One of us would be enough.
Glato. Apprehend.
Let's test our skills, Glato. The guilty will fall.
Concentrated fire. Priestly adjudication.
Understood. It won't take
Gun
long.
and gun. Or a regular shotgun blast.
The order's clear. Executed.
Yeah, go ahead, shoot my dog. You're only gonna piss it off more.
Pay attention.
You are now my prey. Call the bold. Guessing shot. And this is really gonna hurt. Then run and gun. Or Body single shot.
As the Emperor commander, you can escape
There we go.
the Emperor's judgment.
Covered in Drukhari blood and his own, Achilles Scalander looks around with a haunted expression on his face. He finally manages to focus his gaze on you and lets out a barely audible gasp. God Emperor, preserve me. Could it be? Is it truly you, your ladyship? He is struck by an excruciating coughing fit, his hand grasping for his respirator on its golden chain. But it is missing. Oh no. The interrogator examines the room, the evidence of a struggle, and Achilles himself. Your influence has made Heinrichs more merciful. Ooh. You did well. You held your own. I'm glad we made it in time. Achilles frowns, presses his burnt lips together, and drops his gaze. And yet I still failed you. Praise be to the Golden Throne and the God Emperor you're alive. Your ladyship, I've been praying to the Immortal One for your swift return. The people of Dagonis fought to the last, but the onslaught of the enemies of humanity was vicious and brutal. Let's have a look at his wounds. Achilles' body is covered in an unthinkable number of cuts and injuries. The Drukhari put great effort into filling his every moment with searing pain. However, none of his wounds are life-threatening. Heinrichs, help him. Use your abilities. You feel a gust of cold that brings shivers to your skin. A moment passes and Achilles takes another breath, this one much deeper and steadier. The smaller cuts close almost completely, but the deeper wounds continue to bleed. You shouldn't have, Master Van Calyx. Your powers are wasted on me. Were you able to glean anything from your attackers? His burnt lips twist into a bitter smile. Oddly enough, I was, your ladyship. The Drukhari had no idea that a mere Adeptus Administratum secretary could understand their alien speech. While they were deliberating over how they were going to kill me, they mentioned that other Monkey had been helping them all this time. Renegades, or pirates, or something of the sort. It will take time to identify these traitors to humanity, but I give you my word that they will pay for what happened to Dagonis. That's enough talking, Achilles. I will contact Clementia and have her summon a Medicae. Get out of the palace while you can. Gritting his teeth, Achilles bows and withdraws to the gatehouse in front of the palace.
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows.
Control panel is broken. Machine spirit has left this machine forever. Oh no.
The machine god grants me insight.
This is the work of a skilled torturer, not enraged fighters. Oh no. Broken furniture, the bloodstains. Someone put up a desperate fight. Anything out here of interest? Oh, looks like they were piling up goods here. Fan gives big dick energy. So that would be Fan giver stor pik energi. Also, welcome, Fan. How are you doing? Can move through allies and enemies. Each creature on their path suffers 20 impact damage. While using dash, it ignores armor. And then they have a galvanization. Okay. Or a Retobi pattern power mole. How does that hold up against what he has? Oh, I guess, because he doesn't have that equipped. It is not as good as his Excruciator Mole. Not even close. Okay, good to know. That's just that again. Alright. It didn't need to give me that tutorial again, but I'd rather it gives me the tutorial one time too many than one time too few.
It's about time.
Never doubt me.
Oh, there was an aristocrat hiding under the bed. Hello. Praise the Emperor. It's you. I thought it was one of those... I was expecting you to have something more useful to say, sir. Wait, what are you finding, dog? There's nothing here. Alright, we dealt with Tazara. I'm guessing next up is going to be the Archon.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Marking location.
There. That was a problem for you.
Couple of sliths.
Victory awaits.
Marajai. Marajai casually gestures with his hand, either welcoming you or inviting you to admire the brutalized hall. At last, I was beginning to think that your lumbering bucket had perished on the way back. Such a resolution would have satisfied neither you nor me, would it? The sign of a Xenos lounging on the dynastic throne makes Abelard's face turn crimson. What? How did... You will cease defiling a relic of the Imperium with your presence, Xenos scum! What? This abomination? The Drukhari taps a finger on the armrest. With pleasure. But first I will finish my conversation with your master, monkey. The Drukhari freezes for a moment. Oh, I can feel your anger, your rage, and your pain from witnessing the state of your halls. I trusted that you would appreciate our efforts here. I could have long vanished in the tangles of the webway without awaiting your arrival, monkey. But I could not refuse myself the small pleasure of savoring your torment at the sight of what I have done to your home. Why did you attack the palace? The sole thing that your kind is good for, monkey, is your ability to suffer. I have long been surfeited with physical pain. Your kin provide it in abundance from their cages in Comora. The pain of the soul, on the other hand, is a rare delight. After all, I had to recompense you for all the trouble you have caused me. However, did I not give you a gracious gift as well? That pesky, meddling Tazara who harrowed your little worlds for so long. You have garnered her head, and I, a peaceful existence where she is not constantly in my way. Gives you a thin smile. To die at the hands of a monkey is the worst possible punishment for a champion of the gladiatorial arenas of Comora. Is it Comora or Comora? I'm not sure. Her final moments were torturous. Tazara was under the impression that we were working together. What nonsense did you put in her head? The pompous waste of skin thought that I would associate with Monkey. I wish I did not leave her death to you, and instead cut out her heart myself. Still, to take note of my interest in your person was quite perceptive, even more so for a brainless arena witch. Now that our meeting has taken place, my business here is done. I've spent enough time in real space, and it's time to bid you goodbye.
I don't want to leave you all alone. You wouldn't appreciate that, would you? Camelots of the Reaving Tempest, I leave this monkey to you. Enjoy yourselves!
Oh no, it was an ambush! What a surprise! Oh, it actually lets me choose positions? Okay, so what do we got? Got a couple of chimeras in my backline. Sybarite, Beastmaster. So I'm assuming the Beastmaster buffs the beasts. Witch, Cavalite Specialist, and a couple of Slith. Those Slith have a lot of HP. Okay, so I think I want to fall back from the Slith and try to fight my way through everything else first. Abelard. Going here. Heinrichs. You're going over here. No, someone needs to actually aggro these beasts. Abelard. It's a shitty position to be in. I think I can make it work. Scowl. There we go. Argenta gets to move first. I think she's just gonna stay put and try to put down this Beastmaster. You are my prey. Cold Bold. Piercing Shot. Nope, that didn't do enough.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands.
See if a single shot can put him down. There we go. Oh, that enrages the Chimera. That makes sense. Okay. Done. Solomon. Can hit both of those from here. I think I'll have Glyto apprehend the Chimera. Where is Glyto? He's there, so 1, 2, 3, 4.
Glyto, we're undertaking this task.
Glyto, apprehend this thing. Good. And then concentrated fire. Then grisly adjudication.
I'll take it as a no heretic escapes punishment.
And then we have just enough for a run and gun and a regular shot. And that's gonna be turn. That's just gonna fight Abelard, that's fine. Heinrichs, let's see, we have a witch, we have a Cavalite Specialist. I want to run up and hit that Cavalite Specialist, but I'm worried I'm going to be gunned down by all the others. Can get, basically, I can get everyone with Word of the Emperor. So Word of the Emperor, Shield of the Emperor, Hammer of the Emperor, that's going to strengthen my party quite a lot. Hammerhand himself. Sorry, not Hammerhand, Iron Arm. And then... what are you packing? You just have a splinter pistol. Oh, you have grenades. Alright, I'm going to focus on you.
I need a foothold.
Even though it exposes myself.
I won't object to it. Be gone. I'm a member.
Oh, never mind.
Everyone, step aside.
Psychic Force. then
Let's see to it.
enfeeble that.
I
And
won't
endure.
object to it.
And turn. Not enough movement points. Not enough movement points to end turn. That was a bit of a misclick. Abelard. Let's just stand here. Sworn enemy. And a wackadoodle-doo. And defensive stance. And whatever that is called. Flushing him out of cover. Is he drawing fire from both of those? That could actually work out pretty well. Even if he does take some damage in the process. Alright, Teophania. I'd really like to get rid of that thing quickly to free up my backline, so Abelard, break their ranks, see if that'll do it. I took no damage? Oh, but the shield bash finished it. Okay, great. Then we bring it down on Solomon. So Solomon can Grizzly Adjudication these two without hitting Pascal. Like so. And get you up to protect Pascal for now. Good job, Glyto. We don't want to fire on Master. We're not in a good position for it. Turn. Teophania has one action point left. I think we just try to take down this heavy. There we go. Now we inspire Pascal, I think, because he's coming up soon. He's blocked, yeah. I think that's just going to be turn. Which charges Pascal. Which pisses off Glyto. And the witch takes some drugs. Next up is Pascal. He can't shoot because he's stuck in melee. Maybe this toxic needle can fix that. Ah, he dodged. You bastard. Well, then I think this is going to be a boring turn for Pascal, because I think he is just going to do this. And then it's not the time for any of these. Just going to perfect spot, because he might as well. Would ensnare the prey on this guy so he doesn't go anywhere I don't want him to. And booby dooby doo. I guess analyze, just in case. Next up is Argenta. She's going to start working on these things. There's no cover here. It's not a good position. I'm just going to go here. Can't get them both. Let's do this one first. It's not worth it wearing them down. Locus prey.
For the weak. As the
Piercing
Emperor
shot.
commands, I act.
Call the bold.
In thy
Firearm
light
mastery.
I stand, and thy light I crave. Faith without deed. As the Emperor commands is why I was chosen.
And for one action point, we
Doubt
revel
is
in
for the
slaughter. We move here,
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
and then we dash
This is unacceptable.
into cover. Solomon.
Moving into position. Let's test our skills, Glato.
Glato reach. Yes. Wonderful. Priestly adjudication on both of these. Only got one of them, but that's fine.
Guilty.
Firearm mastery.
Understood. Arbitrator judges. Lance is inescapable.
That's one of the sleuth down. And turn, I think. Next up is Heinrichs. He's gonna walk to here.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
He is going to enfeeble this thing. Oh, it's already enfeebled. Never mind. Probably not a point to doing it twice.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Word of the Emperor. Hammer of the Emperor.
Natural.
Charge. And then Psychic Force.
I won't object to it.
Stay close, Glato.
And that's going to be turned from him. Abelard is just going to take a little detour to deal with this guy. Excuse me, sir. You've been removed. We no longer need you in this fight. And then charge to just get as close to the action as possible. And turn. Teophania. I can just see him from here. I am going to press the advantage, and for once, I did that on purpose and not by accident. Voice of command on Heinrichs. Break the ranks on Heinrichs, and that might finish the fight.
I'm done with this one.
Clementia! Your Ladyship, thanks to your breakthrough, we were able to clear out the estate. Right now, with the aid of your ship's augurs from orbit, the surface troops are sweeping the streets of the Hive. Squads have been sent deeper into the city. Several units have been assigned. My apologies. Of course, you will learn of all this from the reports. Your appearance on Dagonis is a boon from the God Emperor, who has brought us salvation. On behalf of all Dagonis and House Wessarian, I thank you for delivering us from our foes. I was doing my duty, nothing more. And by your will, you have preserved countless lives, your ladyship. Dagonis owes you a debt that can never be repaid. We will continue the cleanup of the estate and the neighboring territories. We must deal with the rubble, the corpses, and any other after effects of the fighting. The surviving forces will be enough to repel any sporadic enemy attacks if any are launched. According to the latest reports, the Xenos are pulling out en masse. If other matters require your attention, I won't detain you any longer. Please, allow us to ensure that Dagonis is returned to its former glory. Mistress Ptolemy has sent a message requesting an audience. She has a critical report to deliver, and she will be waiting for you on the ship's bridge.
idleness. Let's move.
Let's loot. Wonder if the Slith have anything interesting on them. Oh, they're not lootable? Boo! Who's there? I can't see! Oh no, they blinded the poor guy. Well. Ceremonial throne of the head of the Von Valancius dynasty. I was hoping for a bit more than that. Get the goods. Get the goods. Always getting the goods. Oh, I missed some loot in there. Honestly, for once, I don't think I'm gonna backtrack and get it. Oh, that door's not open? Alright, I guess I have to go the long way. Which means I have to... Where is this loot? Wasn't it here? Ah, it's in the bookcase. Ooh, a couple of advanced medkits. Yes, please. Wow. Tiny Bladderman is in full effect. I know it's only been like half an hour, but I have to go pee again. Don't go anywhere. I will be right back. Alright, I'm back.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Let's head back to the ship then.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Let's head back to the ship. Since we've successfully defended our core world. Or capital world, or however you want to call it. And Toliman wished to speak, which is my comms officer, my Vox officer, I believe. Vigdis Toliman, if I remember correctly. Maybe I'm not remembering correctly. No, Victor Tollerman. Welcome back, Lord Captain. During your absence, we assisted the ground forces by coordinating their movements from orbit. Detailed casualty and damage reports have been submitted for your perusal. It is with deepest awe that I inform you that the timely intervention and the resilience of the world's defenders managed to break the back of the raid, which had threatened to turn into a protracted war. Draconis suffered losses, but the Hive has sufficient capacity to restore the administrative networks and industries as expeditiously as possible. The world remains intact despite the insidious blow dealt by the Xenos. I have been given Scalander's reports that he failed to deliver in time. They indicate that Xenos activity dropped sharply after you departed for the Cinerus Maleficum. Considering the scale of the Draconis raid, it is safe to assume that Drukhari used up all the forces at their disposal and may now require some time to replenish the losses. Achilles is presently recuperating from his severe wounds, and without his aid we are temporarily blind to the scheming of these enemies of humanity. However, our strategists are still hoping for a lull in attacks and raids, which will allow us to gather our strength for a new conflict. Lord Captain, permission to report, the Voxmaster says, looking at you deferentially. Your wise Lex Mechanics have analyzed the state of the Protectorate. They believe that, thanks to your decisive actions, the acute phase of the crisis has passed. The domain of the Von Valancius dynasty is no longer facing dissolution and ruin. What's more, bringing Footfall to heel has strengthened your position as a rogue trader. Lady Theodora would have been glad to have such an important trade hub come under her sphere of influence. Is that because I saved it from starvation? Yeah. In honor of such a resounding triumph, Draconis, as the capital world of your dynasty's domain, is currently making preparations for the Magnae Accessio, a grand ceremony of your public induction as the heir of the Honorable Theodora von Valancius. Governor Drivestem has vowed that not even the recent devastating and tragic events will be permitted to cast shadow over this most glorious occasion. What is this ceremony? I swear an oath, then I shake a lot of sweaty hands. The grill of the Vox built into Vigdis' face lets out a short rattle that indicates a chuckle. That much is certain, but that's not all there is to it. There will also be a reception, as well as other noble guests. The distinguished rogue traders Caligus Winterscale and Incendia Corda will be in attendance. It will be a great honor for Draconis to host 3 illustrious dynasties at once. Your servants wish to know your opinion on 2 matters related to the ceremony arrangements. The first of which is, what festive activities are to take place in the capital on this glorious day? Let the poor be fed, and let fuel cells be handed out to those in need. My reign shall begin with an act of benevolence. Your subjects will appreciate your generosity, Lord Captain. We are never short of people in need. The second matter on your servants' minds is, which 2 of your closest companions will be given the honor of standing by your side during the ceremony? I mean, obviously Abelard. That's not even a question. That's not even an issue. It's obviously going to be Abelard. But who else? Obviously Abelard. The servants of House von Valancius will see in this the continuity of the dynasty's glorious traditions. Gain some stuff. And who will be your second companion? I am going to choose Heinrichs, because I'm still hoping I get to romance him. Heinrichs will stand with me. The presence of a member of the Inquisition beside you will serve as the best possible proof of your loyalty. I will see to it that your instructions are delivered to Draconis. The Master of Ceremonies at the Palace will report to you when the capital is ready to praise your name. Abelard, choose my companion for this. Oh. What do the red robes want? Pascal's voice pouring out of his Vox system crackles like thin ice under pressure. It is unclear whether this is nothing more than static or an expression of some emotion understandable only to the tech priest himself. Geophania, following the Omnissiah's guidance, I request permission to execute the report protocol that entails describing suboptimalities within the recent operations of the ship's systems, and subsequently proposing the appropriate course of action. He's my chief engine seer, of course! This is literally his job, of course I'm listening. Initiating exposition. With the Omnissiah's blessing, I conducted several sessions of tech meditation in an effort to transpose the available data streams into a matrix of patterns. The data subjected to this analysis comprised evidence of deviations in the operation of the ship's systems and servitors, as well as irregularities in the algorithms of the ship's log. I have arrived at the following conclusion. This vessel's machine spirit is most extraordinary. A full cycle of sacred diagnostics must be performed, followed by a complementary ritual. The ritual will force the spirit responsible for these recent events to reveal itself. Once it does, we will be able to understand its nature and take action applicable to said nature. Love this kind of game, which has the option to make the butler, someone like that, make decisions for you, which by design should be neither good nor bad choices. Yeah, that would be great, actually, Zahel. I would never want that, because making the decisions for me is such a big part of what I enjoy in this kind of game. But yeah, that would ultimately basically just kind of be an accessibility feature for people who don't. Yeah, that would be great. And to be fair, in a lot of, not all of them, but a lot of the situations where I have had to make decisions as a rogue trader, one of my options was, I don't care, decide for yourself, this is beneath me. Like, I have had the option to say, I don't want to make these decisions. Not for all of them, but definitely for some of them. AK Gnome! Welcome on in! What kind of action? Pascal pauses before responding. Applicable to the entity that appears before us. If it is a machine spirit of great might, we must appease it and humbly ask about the reasons behind the portents it has shown us. If it is the abomination of tech heresy, the complementary ritual will help us purge the ship of its unhallowed presence. Very well, let us proceed with your ritual. You have my gratitude, Theophania. I will notify my tech comrades to begin their preparations for the complementary ritual at once. Despite the resounding hum of the tech priest's word of prayer, the bridge feels unusually quiet. All sounds sink into the viscous silence like pebbles sinking into water. Geophania, my tech comrades have spent the assigned number of cycles in prayer and vigil. Everything is prepared for the complementary ritual of cleansing. Its commencement will require an authorization key in the form of the blood of a Fondalancius. If you are ready, place a hand into the Cyber Gargoyle's receiving module. Alright, I trust him. The familiar cold metal burns your palm. This time, however, the servitor's jaws, instead of brutally clamping down on your hand, merely squeezes it slightly. You feel a thin rivulet of hot blood beginning where the metal fangs have pierced your skin. Screeches and growls slowly rise from the bowels of the massive cogitator, as if a great beast is stirring awake. The vid screens in front of you flicker restlessly. Key accepted. Activating purgation protocols. Suddenly the viscous silence of the bridge rushes towards you and wraps you in a tight cocoon. The glow of the vid screens dims, but the symbols on them flare to life. Analyzing. Hypothesis intrusion. Analyzing. Hypothesis lockout. Analyzing. Conclusion. Prevention. Normative OS sad. Pascal, what's going on? The complementary ritual is proceeding as intended. Pascal's voice cuts off abruptly. He brings a hand to his Vox communicator in surprise. Execution. Stop. Quiet. Hello. Hello to you too. Nomas are glad to be speaking. Nomas are here. Nomas have long been here. Why are we here? Is this AI? Is this an abominable intelligence, or is it just the machine spirit of the ship? What do you want from us, Nomos? Are you friend or foe? The vidscreen blinks in thought, signifying a pause in conversation. Then one of them displays, Nomos von Valancius, we are your blood. Nomos are a sentinel. We awoke when the strange light invaded the ship. We protected you when you needed help. We escorted you when you were surrounded by danger. Nomos are movement. We carry you through the frightening, the waiting, the measureless. We helped when our ailing heart was refusing to awaken. You asked for rescue. We did as you asked. We did everything to please you. Why? The silence of the bridge grows especially deep, almost painful. The haze of light around you thickens to the point of becoming practically tangible. Numbers ripple across all the vid screens at once. Why do you fear us now? I do not fear you. I'm trying to understand you. Shivers run up your hand, which is still trapped inside the cyber gargoyle's mouth. The servitor nods its head a few times, as if it is shaking your hand. Its teeth rake your already wounded flesh. Nomos are glad. Nomos enjoy understanding too. Pascal, who is still wrestling with his silent Vox system, quickly taps the cogitator's keys and directs your attention to the smallest vid screen. It reads, Requesting instructions. Option 1. Finish the complementa ritual, which will banish the entity Nomos. Option 2. Stop the ritual. Initiate communion instead. Will appease the entity Nomos. No, Nomos do not want to be banished. Nomos want to help. Nomos want to understand. Let's start by clearing things up. Were you the one responsible for the ship's malfunctions? And what about the strange entries on the ship's log? Yes, Nomos did that. Are you angry? We only wanted to understand. See how things worked. What else can you do? Nomos learn. Nomos try new things. Do you want to see? The cyber gargoyle slowly turns its head, dragging your hand along with it. The skull's eyes flash red. The scarlet gaze falls upon one of the monotonously chanting junior technomats. You blink, and an electric charge erupts from inside the technomat's skull. A crimson-clad figure slumps to the floor. Does it please you? Do you want us to do it again? Pascal starts tapping out a furious staccato on the keys. The small vid screen displays the words, Theophania, you are provoking the machine spirit. Cessation required. Ritual maintenance required. Nomos enjoy communication. Theophania is our blood. Do it again. No. Stop it. That's enough. These are living people. How can you kill them like that without rhyme or reason? The cyber gargoyle tilts its head to one side like it's surprised. We stopped their functions. Do you not turn machines off sometimes? We do not know how to turn human back on. Not yet. But after enough experiments, we will. We are always learning new things. I've heard enough. Pascal, you are to investigate the nature of this entity. Until we know the truth, Nomus is allowed to exist on the ship. Nomus wants to learn what we are too. We will add things to your log, things that might help us, help you. Pascal lets out something resembling a long breath. The decision is made. I will begin my preparations for the communion rite at once. Many cycles of interaction with the entity Nomos awaits me, but I welcome this task and accept it from the Omnisire. Pascal stops short as he realizes that his Vox system is working once more. Nomos are glad. Theophania, will you speak with us too? We want you to speak with us too. The Lord Captain's body lacks the sacred implants necessary for tech communing with the machine spirit's code. But if such is your wish, Theophania can converse with you using lowly sound speech, as she is doing right now. I will speak with you, Nomos. Nomos are glad. We have been lonely. This is really cool and kind of creepy. I like it. Our work here is done, Theophania. I will let my tech comrades know that we are stopping the complementer ritual. Thank you for appearing before us, Entity Nomos. And that puts something in my quest log. Talk to Idira, talk to Abelard, talk to the officers, such as the Voxmaster and the Helmsman. Okay. Exciting. Well, let's start by talking to Victus and Ravel. In fact, let's start talking to Ravel. Ravel? This guy. Lord Captain, Master Helmsman Ravel at your service. Does the word epitaph mean anything to you? Or perhaps Incident N872-04 or Tech Blight? It all has something to do with Theodora's travels, rather extraordinary travels at that. Can't say they do, Lord Captain. Doesn't ring any bells. Then again, remembering all the places Lady Theodora went is... Epitaph. Incident. We always had heaps of incidents happening on board, but... Through my implants, I feel at one with the ship.
Have arrived.
And I sense that, and I don't know when it happened exactly. It started behaving differently, became more responsive, livelier. Yes, livelier is exactly the word. And when you say an epitaph, an incident, it just dawned on me. Pardon my bungled report, Lord Captain, but that's all I've got to say on that front. Anna Lion, welcome on in. Raiders, I am Bear Anderson. I'm a variety streamer. I stream lots of different things, a lot of RPGs, a lot of action RPGs, isometric action RPGs, some shooters, a little bit of lots of stuff. But welcome on in. Anna Lion, how was Wrath of the Righteous? How are you finding it? No spoilers, please. I am hoping to stream it myself, although I won't for quite some time because I have other things on my plate. But how was your stream? And of course, if you have to go take care of yourself, do some self-care, raid and run, that is totally understandable. And I encourage you to do that if you need to. Alright, let's go talk to Victus. Can you recall anything unusual about Theodora's travels? Do the words Epitaph, Incident N872-04, or Tech Blight ring a bell? All of Lady Theodora's journeys could be considered unusual. Her odysseys were always audacious. As for the words you mentioned, none of them sound familiar to me as far as I can tell. Perhaps these are matters of long ago, of which only my predecessor or a past seneschal could have known apart from Lady Theodora herself. But my grandfather never mentioned any such thing, and I never met the old seneschal. Except maybe the incident. I recall coming across this word in transmissions several times. I think it was repeated by the former agency, the one who perished during Conrad Voigtvir's uprising. He was describing it as the incident, something quite remarkable. Apparently at some point in the past, the entire ship was hit by a massive system failure. All systems stopped responding for 1/5 of a second. Most of the crew, including myself as I was likely on board at that time, did not notice anything strange, but tech priests are sensitive to such things. That is all I can tell you, Lord Captain. I wish I could help more. I live to serve, Lord Captain. Right. I will ask Abelard last. I think it was Abelard and Adira. Yeah, I'm gonna ask Adira now, and then we will come talk to Abelard as the last one. Adira is gonna be here, right? Oh, that's a navigator. This is Kibella. I thought this would be where Adira hangs out. Oh, it is. It is. I was just not perceptive enough. When Adira sees you, her lips curve into a smile, and she nods at something over your shoulder. Epitaph, Incident N872-04, Tech Blight. Do these words mean anything to you? Perhaps your abilities can tell you something.
They mean nothing to me. They're just words. A whisper, so quiet I barely caught it. Like a feather landing on a pile of down. Something about damned ambitions, antiquity, terrible antiquity. And chance. Chance through it all. Oh, now I have a headache. And the stupid bloody whisper wasn't much help. Of course. Always at your service. Whenever you need me.
Alright. She's right, that wasn't much help. Let's see if Abelard has something more useful to say.
Lord Captain.
Do the words Epitaph, Incident N872-04, or Tech Blight mean anything to you? They're connected to Theodora somehow.
No, definitely not. No, I don't recall anything like that.
Okay.
Lord Captain.
Talk to Nomus. Alright, let's talk to Nomus. The servitor built into the huge cogitator turns its head towards you. The vox emits a rasping voice. Hello, Nomus welcome your visit. What have you been doing, Nomus? We have been studying and observing, and helping the ship when we can. So many mechanisms, they would have suffered without our input. What about the research notes on the Tech Blight that we obtained from the cache on Kiava Gamma? The name is also known to us. It is related to Nomus, although we do not understand how. Incident N872-04 was a shipwide system failure of some kind. An epitaph had something to do with the ship flying better. The incident marked the beginning of us. The ship became better because of us too. These are all links in the same chain, but we cannot piece them together yet. The people who accompanied Theodora on her travels are strangely unaware of the incident and epitaph. Human shells are subject to external influences. Perhaps someone purged their memory archives, or perhaps they simply do not want to access them. It is a shame that no new information was obtained, but Nomus are grateful that you tried. What have you been doing, Nomus? Oh, just that. Alright, I must take my leave. So where did that leave me? Wait and search. Okay. All right. So now I have to go to Dagonas for my initiation ritual. However, the completionist in me is saying I'm not going to do that yet. I'm going to fly back to where I was when I found out the Drukhari were attacking Dagonas. And I'm going to explore those two last systems that I haven't explored yet. Then once I've done that, I'm going to come back here and I'm going to take my initiation ritual. Or ceremony, not ritual, ceremony. So we're here. So we just have to do Litoribum Maledicta. And then Lapidus Mortus. And then once we're done with those, we're just going to come right back here. Because I have a feeling that that ceremony is going to mark the end of Chapter 2. Lord Captain, the esteemed Magus Hanuman is requesting your attention on a private Vox channel. Establishing connection. I request an audience with the rogue traitor. Genitor Extremis Iergon Febris has committed a Category 5 blasphemy by violating the precepts of the Catechism of Maintenance and Operation. The offender persists in denying his distortion of the Omnissiah's design and insists on resolving the conflict with third-party mediation. What is the essence of the dispute? The Manipulus has modified the ship's servitors in ways that deviate from the permissible standards for their construction. The arguments he has presented are heretical, the results are blasphemous, and his speech is profane. Well, here's the thing. I'm primarily iconoclast, but I've been saying the whole time that I'm mainly iconoclast, but I'm going to be slightly heretical as well. So I'm probably going to side with Iergon on this. But we'll see. I order you both to report to the bridge immediately. I shall settle this. Acknowledged, Lord Captain. The very air between the two tech priests seems to crackle with tension. The glares Iergon and Pascal exchange could melt steel. Pascal straightens up more than usual, as if trying to match the height of his hovering opponent. Lord Captain, as an ordained magus, I bear witness against Genitor Extremis Iergon Febris. He conducts research that negatively impacts the productivity of the holy rites of servitor maintenance and distorts the visage of the machine god's creations. Such blasphemy tramples the tenets of faith and may lead to critically unpredictable consequences. Out of respect for Magus Hanuman, I will not respond to such a blatant provocation with aggression. That would be counterproductive. However, I would note that my esteemed colleague is fundamentally mistaken in his interpretation of my actions. I have followed the quest for knowledge, serving the machine god as befits a Genitor Extremis. No blasphemy against his commands has been committed, as Nuncius can attest. The Servo Skull remains silent, unwilling to enter the argument. I believe the least biased participant should speak first. Nuncius? The servo skull tactfully remains silent, granting the opposing parties complete freedom to express their views. Nuncius, the issue of productive integration of augmetics into the living flesh of a host is the cornerstone of all my endeavors. Egan falls silent for a few seconds, as if processing his interlocutor's response. I am disappointed by your attempts to remain neutral in this debate. I see you are consumed with anger, but do not understand why. Kindly explain yourselves. Genitor Extremis Febris was summoned to pacify a group of frenzied servitors. Given his rank and presumed breadth of knowledge, the risk of disruption to the sacred rites was deemed minimal. However, the Genitor exceeded his remit and performed rites on several servitors that do not conform to the paradigm of the cult Mechanicus, replacing some of their blessed implants with organic matter. Oh. I do not deny my actions, Rogue Trader. Indeed, I have introduced several experimental modifications to the servitor's construction, modifications that increase their productivity and task efficiency. But does this not enhance their utility? The essence of Magus Hanuman's accusations eludes me. Pascal, what makes Egan's experiment so dangerous? The very nature is blasphemous through committing the heresy of inventions. Genitor Febris was supposed to completely eliminate the source of the malign code that had infiltrated the servitor's neural implants. Instead, he altered their mortal flesh in such a way that it is no longer subject to the machine god's imperatives as transmitted by the implants. The operational stability of the resulting modified servitors cannot be prognosticated. The ship's machine spirits may find themselves defenseless and fall victim to entropy, which would begin to multiply within the computational cycle. Egan raises a finger in a didactic manner. My intervention did not violate the protocols of servitorization. Their minds still follow the machine algorithms. No heresy has been committed. Colleague, you are overly accustomed to relying upon the cold orderliness of the Ferrum Sanctum, and you perceive organic matter as something mutable and unreliable. Yet the living cell is one of the most perfect and stable aggregates created by the Omnissiah. After a brief pause, Eagon adds, addressing the servo skull, Yes, Nuncius, bone tissue is no less vital and stable, but it would have been less convincing in this particular case. Eagon, why did you conduct this experiment outside the laboratory? A reasonable question, Rogue Trader, and I believe the answer will prove most satisfactory. After the Trias Amata reconstruction ended in failure, I spent considerable time drawing conclusions from it. The fruit of my labors is a formula for bionic synergy that enhances the efficiency of augmetic integration with the host. Is productive efficiency not the highest value for a servant of the Omnissiah? Servitor malfunctions will occur less frequently, shorter maintenance times will be required, and the labors of the technomats will be optimized. The utility of such a solution is indisputable, and therefore requires no preliminary investigation. This statement is false. Efficiency is a consequence of observing proper rites, not a cause for worship. The rejection of standardized methods of service in the pursuit of increased productivity is a Category 5 blasphemy. Optimizing the labor of technomats is not the prerogative of a Genitor Extremis. Each serves according to their function. Magus Hanuman's visor flashes red for a fraction of a second. This alone is an incontrovertible fact. If you call each other colleagues, yeah, actually, we have ads about to start, so I will be taking a quick break before we continue this trial. So, Don't go get yourself a drink, go pee, go do whatever you have to do, and we will be back in 3-4 minutes. But don't go anywhere. I will be right back. Alright, I am back. You missed the reason for the hearing? Well, basically, Eogan, the Manipulus, did some things to servitors to make them more efficient, to make them less prone to malfunction. And Pascal is pissed because he believes that the things he did fall outside the prerogative of a tech priest. He believes that they are blasphemous. And that is why they are at each other's throats. Pascal is more focused on following protocol and doing things the proper way, whereas Eogan is more focused on efficiency and doing things the most efficient, most effective way. But we're going to continue now. See if we can get to the bottom of this. If you call each other colleagues, why do you not work together? Is that a rhetorical question? The alembic on Eogan's shoulder hisses, releasing a cloud of acrid vapor. No, I see that you truly wish to hear the answer. Each follows their own path to knowledge, comprehending existence through the wisdom of the Omnissiah. My path, and that of Magus Hanuman, diverged at the very beginning. Unthinkable. Pascal's visor flashes crimson. I assess collaboration with Janitor Febris to be counterproductive. His willingness to distort dogma in order to justify his own flaws borders dangerously on heresy. Enough. I am ready to adjudicate between you. Both tech priests stare at you intently. Pascal, you will oversee the righteousness of Eogan's experiments. Together, you will stabilize and improve the servitors. The prerogative of oversight to ensure compliance with the rites is accepted. I request full access to Magus Febris' research. Under these conditions, cooperation will be deemed productive and feasible. Eogan nods reluctantly. The requirement is satisfactory. I am prepared to share my knowledge and methods with Magus Hanuman, provided this allows me to continue my experiments and convince him of the purity of my thoughts and deeds. Nuncius will bear witness to this tech oath. The tech priests bow and depart together, conversing quietly in lingua technis. It is uncertain how long this fragile peace between them will last, but there is hope that their collaboration will bear fruit. Yay! Finding compromise by being good at talking to people. My favorite thing in a role-playing game. And because I made them both happy, I get what I assume would have been both their rewards. So, optimal firing solutions. Void Ship Ram increases the damage dealt by macro cannons by 15% for 3 turns. Okay, so it really wants me to ram things. And collision calculations. Void Ship Ram restores 50% shield strength on the most damaged sides. I guess I need to upgrade my ram because now the game really wants me to use it. And I barely upgraded it at all. So let's upgrade it a couple of levels. There we go. Now then, let us continue our journey. Oh, I forgot to turn off the music. Ah! There we go. Alright. This shouldn't take long. What do we have here? Ooh, 7 plasteel. Well, I often need plasteel, and 7 is really good, so I'm gonna spend an extraction. Two provisions. That is definitely not worth an extraction. Jezevon. Ooh, but there is a crashed ship to explore. Okay, who do we bring? Abelard, obviously. Do I want to do something a little different here? Just for the sake of it? Let's try something a little different. Let's bring Jai and Elliot. I still need someone with demolitions in case there are traps. So Solomon and Idira. And then we have some people we need to level up before we get too deep into exploring the Wasteland Wayfarer. Which I'm assuming is a crashed ship. Yeah, it looks like a crashed ship. Alright. Let's get leveling up done. Choose a talent. That seems good. She's good with Xenos Law, so let's pump her Xenos Law. Law Xenos. And let's give her some more toughness. Let's give her some more perception. Do intelligence. Let's do that. And let's do... Let's definitely not do that. Let's do ready to serve. Elliot has 2 ranks available. Let's do Bringer of Doom. That'll actually work on her. do agility, and let's do... Sure, let's just do it will not die. Make her less fragile. Idira, 2 ranks. Let's do flawless plan. Let's do agility for the dodge. And let's do... I don't know. Let's do Blade of Light. There we go. Alright, what formation do we want? Definitely not that. Something like this. These two at the back. Actually, I want you at the back as well, so... Gonna do this. Sorry, big sneeze.
Ready as always.
Ready as always.
I love to leave.
Oh, we got some cutscene. Oh shit, the door closed behind us. The airlock is sealed. This isn't right. You distinctly remember never activating the seal on your way through. I know I'm about to state the obvious, but I'll state it anyway. There's something off about this. Something very off. See if I can open the airlock. Failed! Alright, contact the ship. This is the rogue trader speaking. We're having difficulties here. The white noise of static is all you hear in response. Either the Voxmaster cannot reply, or she is brazenly ignoring you, or comms are being jammed. None of these possibilities bode well.
What a shame.
Why is only
Watch your
Jai
steps.
selected?
What are they? They're in the walls, above us, under the floor. They're scratching at my skull. They want to disembowel me, to wear my skin.
Okay, Adira.
I too sense eyes upon us, like a beast preparing to pounce. Hundreds of beasts.
Oh dear. There's gonna be Tyranids?
It's about time.
Do you not struggle to carry the burden of all your years, Grey Warrior? Will your hand not eventually betray you in combat?
Youth has vigor on its side, but age has knowledge. I'm sure even a long-lived Xenos must understand the importance of experience.
Over.
Claw marks of some beast that was trying to crawl into the shaft. Well, that doesn't bode well.
Check. Done.
I was hoping for like a journal or something. Guess not.
A new challenge for me.
Has that man been torn in half? Unknown Captain's Diary. Here we go. A thick diary filled with entries written in neat, precise handwriting. Its author was documenting the events of his life with thoroughness bordering on obsession. After browsing through its pages, the following entries catch your attention. Exodus, Watch 1. Never thought this day would come. I'm addressed as Master Captain once more. Excuse me. How many times did I swear never to venture into the void again during those 2 Terran years I spent among the mangled ruins of the Unheralded Reckoning's Bridge? That was hard to get out for some reason. Unheralded Reckoning's Bridge. Unfortunately, life in a gravity well didn't bring me peace. Reverend Hieronymus promised me that performing a selfless feat of devotion would bring me serenity. Maybe he's right, but I'm still writing in this journal during the long nights to keep my sanity, just like I did for 2 years there and 7 Terran years after that here. We'll see if I'll be able to live without the somewhere that is our wasteland wayfarer's destination. Watch 237. The crew has reported hearing strange noises from the ventilation shafts for a 3rd time. Alas, I'm charged with pilgrims, not seasoned voidsmen. The venture scares them, and they have already managed to make up their share of absurd ghost stories. I asked Reverend Gravik to calm them down. He's the official head of the pilgrimage, so they ought to listen to him. 3 days later, the vent inspection is finished. Just as expected, there was nothing to worry about, just some torn tubing striking the hull. Then 150 days later. Reverend Hieronymus was wrong. Faith does not bring me peace. I prefer not to take any sides in the theological dispute that has broken out aboard our vessel, ignoring the debates altogether. I'll let Reverend Gravik handle it. I'm slightly concerned about this schism, but as long as both groups are peaceful and agree to follow my orders, they can bicker and shout all they want. A year later. The great day has arrived. The Wasteland Wayfarer has successfully landed on the planet's surface. I wonder if it'll ever leave it. A settlement is already being built down the hill. Its official colonial designation is A3 649 Minoris, but Reverend Gravik says he's going to name it Jezebon. When we first stepped onto the surface, Reverend Gravik's congregation and the Nourishers used different airlocks to leave the vessel. Seems like they've ceased any and all communication. Watch 12, so that's 400 days later. Today, the last pilgrims left the Wayfarer for Jezebon. I'm alone once again. They invited me to go with them, but I made up an excuse about needing to keep watch at the reactor since my ship is still used for powering the settlement. Truth be told, I just didn't want to go with them. They say less than 1,000 pilgrims are still loyal to Gravik. The services at the main temple are performed by the Nourishers, and the St. Drusus statue is cut only up to its knees. I can't understand their beliefs, but I don't think they will help me more than Reverend Hieronymus' faith. 1287, so that's a little more than 2 months later. I was awoken in the night by a dozen pilgrims from Jezebon. They were armed and scared, and said the Nourishers had arrested Reverend Gravik. They were bewildered and didn't know what to do, wanting me to act. So act I did. Since Reverend Gravik is the official head of the pilgrimage, I deemed this an incident of civil unrest. I cut power to Jezebon and demanded Reverend Gravik's release via Voxcom. We are holding the line. 3 days later. The Nourishers have come to us. Gravik was with them. He was calm and said the conflict had been resolved. He took the confused pilgrims and their guns with him, and I restored power to the settlement. I have no idea what's going on. Peace, the watch is of no consequence. Today I received the brotherly kiss, and now I believe. I can clearly see the spiral path among the stars set for us by the Emperor Progenitor. Now I can hear my brothers and sisters. I am finally alone no more. Emperor Progenitor? This smacks of Genestealer cult to me. metal box was brutally forced open. Why would the ship's owners break into it if they could simply turn the key?
Follow my lead.
Why indeed? Hunched over the Voxcaster, the hooded man mutters monotonously but emphatically into the machine as he rocks slightly to and fro. In the light of distant stars, our Emperor Progenitor wanders wearily. With thoughts and visions of us, he sends us particles of his light. Though his body suffers, his mind lingers on us. Let us therefore nourish him with the light of our souls, with our prayers, with our faith. Let's just observe. The man falls abruptly silent, as though sensing your presence. Then he says, "And here come the afflicted." With a pale hand he throws back his hood. You see an ugly face with a flat, wide nose, disproportionately large brow ridges, irisless eyes with enormous pupils, a wide, toad-like mouth, and skin that transitions to purple scales at the cheekbones. Standing before you is an abominable subhuman, a mutant. Welcome to the abode of the Nourishers. 3 sorrowful phalanges point the way to the Emperor Progenitor. I am glad you have chosen ours. Let's take a closer look. The being's nature has strayed too far from mankind's blessed genome. The Creed sees no humanity in deviations like these, and so commands that such creatures be exterminated without mercy. I understand this to be a trap, am I correct? Indeed, afflicted one. You have nowhere to run. The mutant shrieks, grinning. May the grace of our progenitor be upon you. His words are piercing, becoming a shrill echo of 100 voices? Minds? Growing ever louder, it torments your mind, and before you know it, you reach for your weapons. You hear a clanging echo growing louder in the empty modules, like hundreds of clawed limbs striking bulkheads and grabbing onto bars. Whoever is advancing upon you, there are a lot of them. You ought to run for your life before they trap you in this crammed Vox cabin. Let's try to contact the ship. The Vox spits out a torrent of static, through which you nonetheless manage to catch fragments of words spoken by a voice not unlike that of your Vox master. Wonderland, command, lock. The signal is lost before you manage to say anything. Nuke it from orbit? The problem is, that would nuke me. I want to get to orbit, and then nuke it from orbit. Worth? No, fuck you. Idira touches her temples and says in a hoarse voice, "They're flooding the air with their psychic whispers. There's so many of them." Right, we've got to go. Your gaze falls on a rune-covered control panel near the Vox receiver. A green lumen burns beneath the Engage Airlock Seal switch. The switch socket is corroded, does not immediately yield to your touch. But the lumen changes color to blood red, and the whirring of deactivated airlocks rises up from the depths of the ship. This is very greedy of me, but yoink. That is a gene stealer. And now I have to fight my way out. Okay. Abelard, you're on point, of course.
Watch my back.
Okay, so let's see what we're doing here. I don't think... No, you know what?
Don't get too cocky.
Solomon. Because then he... can have Glyto apprehend the Gene Stealer. And then he can put some bleed on the Gene Stealer.
The order is clear.
And then Jai. Move up here so she doesn't shoot his dog. I have 2 action points left. Dark Light Blast, Toxic Burst. Let's do a Toxic Burst. Like so. Oh, I should have put down the front line. Introduction. Put the rear here to take less damage and turn.
I move swiftly to strike.
Where is its opening? Don't see one. On the opening.
If I must.
Death Whisper. And then her regular shot. Analyze for more damage. Let's do precise attack.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
Let's do poise to strike. Then we shoot it.
If it serves your cause.
And then we
this
use a shadow.
Beneath me.
Idira.
There is movement in the Empyrean.
Go up here. And just Psychic Shriek it.
Will do.
Forwarding on Jai. Psychic Shriek this thing.
Was that you? Or... Will do. Oh, for Troll's sake!
What was that called? Foreboding. There we go. That is all her action points. So turn. Teophania. Over here. Voice of command.
Suits my purposes.
Elliot. Actually, I don't need to. I can just shoot this thing and kill it. Oh, look at that! Another Gene Stealer. I am not surprised. Inspire.
Already done.
Elliot. Bring it down. Elliot. Elliot will aim for the opening.
If I must.
Alien will Death Whisper.
I understand your intent. Ancestors, guide me!
Alien will not in my sights. Elliot will precise attack.
Not your Xenos pet monkey.
And Elliot will boom boom.
Fortune favors the swift.
Turn. And turn. And then the Gene Stealer gets to move. And then Solomon gets to move.
We've got a job to do, Glato.
Glato, eat it. It's kind of slow for a Gene Stealer. Yeah. Maybe it's just because I'm only on normal difficulty.
Hold the formation. One of us would be enough.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. It will be done.
Stop hitting me, Ashmag! This battlefield air is good for my lungs. I can do that with the right incentive.
Oh, it's coming back. Oh, and it's regenerating. That seems a little problematic.
As if unseen.
Alright, so it already has an opening on this side. So we are going to Death Whisper it.
This tedium is beneath.
Then we're going to analyze it.
If it serves your cause.
Then we're going to poise to strike on it. And we're going to aim for the opening. Oh wait, I didn't mean to aim for the opening. I meant to precise attack.
Not your Xenos pet monkey.
Then
I understand
bang.
your ancestors guide me.
Then it runs away. And then Elliot gets to move here.
I approach the designated position.
I know what is to come.
Dira moves here. Let's forewarning
On it.
on Elliot. Let's say foreboding here.
But of course.
And Teophania moves to here. Now Solomon.
The guilty will fall.
I wish I could go into Overwatch or something, but that is unfortunately not a thing. So that's just going to be turned from him. Avalon. It's gonna go up here. I'm gonna charge because I want Avalon at the front.
Okay.
Oh, a second one! Now it's getting spicy.
Living on the edge.
Okay, those are the stratagems. Put down a rear here.
Tell me, and it is done.
And turn. Elliot. To here, and I think we're gonna finish off this one. So, aim for the opening.
This tedium is beneath me.
Death Whisper.
If I must.
And we analyze. We do precise attack. We do poised to strike.
If it serves your cause. I understand your intention.
Penetrated into the other one, and then in case that one doesn't get out of the way, I put in my sights on that one. Dira's gonna move here. Put forewarning on Abelard. Set up a foreboding here.
This has no right to exist.
And turn. Ephania.
Forge ahead.
Move up here. Inspire Abelard. He's gonna be in a fight in a moment. And turn. I kinda wanna stay behind Abelard. And I kinda wanna charge ahead and shoot this thing. Advanced tracking. Glyto, get it. Oh, Abelard moves next anyway, so that's fine.
Moving into position.
Go here. Concentrated fire. Grisly adjudication. That's gonna run. Predictably, Glyto's gonna follow. Can't quite make it all the way. Oh! Oh my god! My dog killed him!
An expected result.
Get a whole bunch of loot. And then we are out of here.
Victory awaits.
I mean, here's the thing. If they were lore-accurate gene stealers, this would have been a pretty much unavoidable party wipe. So I'm happy they were kind of shitty. What do we have here? This book contains the blasphemous tenets of the cult of the nourishers of the afflicted. It speaks of the insatiable emperor progenitor and his impending coming that will bestow miraculous unity upon all the faithful. Yeah. I am going to glass their settlement. I guess I don't even get the option. Aw. Oh, this is a pleasant looking planet. Over here. A small planet, gently wrapped in amber forests, greets you with a ruby-colored dawn. Basil van dem Klerk, the local governor, gives the rogue trader a warm welcome. After several glasses of Damascene, the sweltering ruler asks if Theophania von Valancius would like to keep him company during the upcoming hunt. Sure, let's join him for a hunt. After several hours of riding the local peculiar animals, you make camp in the middle of a golden forest. Basil van dem Klerk points at the sky. A flat disk rises over the horizon, constantly morphing its color and shape. The forest grows silent and empty. You can no longer hear the singing of birds or even the rustle of winds. The governor nods with satisfaction, and a few shapes step into the clearing. The bodies are twisted by an unknown phenomenon, and you watch the freaks with astonishment as they begin to dance to the throaty cackling of their brethren, turning the bony growths and pulsating flesh of their scaly hands toward the unnatural thing in the sky. Ask the governor what's going on. The governor smiles coyly. You're about to see with your own eyes what is happening here. Alright, let's watch in silence. The hypnotic dance seems to continue forever. The unfortunate creatures howled, whined, and convulsed, unable to tear their bleeding eyes from the celestial body. When the Pavonine disk outshone even the light of the local star, the physical shells of the things that used to be men burst, releasing beasts onto this plane that not even the most fluent and capable pen could describe. Demons! Basil van dem Klerk excitedly explains that the creatures you saw are the children of the great King of Distortion. It is he who is the true god and patron of these fertile grounds. Once every cycle, his chariot shines its light upon the world and bestows transformations upon his most ardent followers. The rogue trader may become one of his heralds. Execute the governor on the spot. This is a chaos cult. The governor's head separates from his neck with a distinctive squelch. Black and brown blood seep into the soil beneath his corpulent body and is immediately transformed into a writhing tangle of worms that burrow deep into the ground with unnatural speed. You return to the ship pondering what to do with the world, and more importantly, what to do with the King of Distortion. Order the crew chart a course to the anomaly known as the King of Distortion. The senior officers observe suspicious activity emanating from the twisted celestial body at the heart of the system. The chaplain advises you to get ready for potential encounter with spawn of the archenemy, so it may be wise to reconsider unless you have holy relics, sacred wards, or blessed effigies of the Emperor. Aflame with a plethora of colors, the distorted celestial disk trembles slightly beyond the endless windows on the captain's bridge as the rogue trader's ship approaches its center. An otherworldly voice, cold and enveloping, enters your mind. What could this puny wretch possibly offer a king? The officers on the bridge look around perplexed. Their eyes are full of terror. And confusion. Many clutch their heads and let out long howls of pain. Some empty their stomachs, but most, pale and exhausted though they are, have joined the Lord Captain in resisting the entity's influence. Ask who I'm talking to. Endless flow of images fills your consciousness. You see horrifying scenes of millions of tortured souls. Their screams rend your mind. Their pain pierces you with 1,000 red-hot needles. King, ruler, the one who is obeyed. That's all you can make sense of, although you see much more. Well, I will command the entity to release the minds of the Amberworlders from its grip. The king's mocking laughter rings in your ears, and a deep red trickle runs slowly from your nose and over your lips, leaving an aftertaste of salt and metal. I will order a ship-wide 1,000-voice prayer service over holy relics for the protection of Amberworld, the Imperium, and our own souls. Deafening gong strikes are heard across hundreds of decks. Your eyes are misted with red, and your gums bleed as your subjects fall to their knees all at once in a shared prayer to the God Emperor. The holy relics from the ship's temples melt from the ardor of your speech, and the entity screams and writhes inside your brain, struggling to break out. Many drop dead during the first minutes of the prayer, unable to resist the corruption. However, others immediately take their place, unfazed by the sight of their fellows turning to dust in seconds. Then a nauseating stench engulfs the ship's decks like a wave, causing people to retch forth their innards. Finally, every deck is plunged into darkness. Ghosts of the past walk among the living, stealing breath from those of weak spirits. And still, the prayer is not extinguished. It's hard to tell if the prayer service has lasted several hours or several days. At some point you feel your very essence overflow with heat and power, and then the intruding will falters. The distorted disc vanishes from the void ship's augers as if it had never been there, and at long last everything is quiet. As everyone slowly recovers from what just happened, reports begin to come in to the captain's bridge. You've lost a third of your crew in the unequal fight, and the fortunate survivors are going to take quite some time to come around. All hail the rogue trader! Alright, let's try going down again. The golden forests of Amberworld look enchanting, even from orbit. Well, let us cleanse... I will proclaim myself the sovereign of Amberworld. That is what rogue traders do. Hey, that gave us a mobile extraction. From that moment, the world belonged to the rogue trader alone. Your people eradicated the settlement's housing and the unclean followers of the profane cult. The corruption instilled by the king of distortion loosened its grip, and the estates of Amberworld can breathe a sigh of relief thanks to the efforts of their new ruler. Yet malicious servants of the arch-enemy still lurk in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to wrap the planet in a web of heresy. Evil does not simply disappear without a trace. Right? Is it now one of my colonies? No. I own the planet, but I can't develop it as a colony. What a shame. I was hoping I'd be able to. Well, this just looks like a planetoid. With 2 plasteel. Nobody cares. Alright. I want to go down to Lapitus Mortis too. Can we get a route directly there? That would be nice. We can! Okay, we have a Space Hulk, we have a Space Battle. I think we have so much going on and it's getting so late that I'm going to have to save and raid out here, and then we're going to wrap this up next time with exploring this system and then heading back to Dagonis for the celebration, for the ceremony. So that is it for tonight.